Thank you. Good morning. Hi, everyone. Good morning, Lupus advocates. Woo! Oh, that's what I was hoping for. My name is Mary Crimmings, and I am the interim CEO for the Lupus Foundation of America. And it is my great pleasure and honor to welcome each of you to the 2023 National Lupus Advocacy Summit. Oh, I was going to ask if I could see that energy and that passion from so many of you that I saw last night. Many of you yesterday, and I could feel the energy and the passion from all of you. So I'm going to ask you a question. You can't hear me because I'm probably moving back and forth. It's hard. We have such a big room, so many people here. I want to see all of you. So I'm just going to keep asking you questions so I don't speak as much. But here's my question for you. Are you ready to talk to our nation's leaders about lupus and turn Capitol Hill purple tomorrow? All right. That's what I thought. We here at the Lupus Foundation of America are so excited to be back in person for the first time since 2019. And judging from this crowd and the fact that we had to close registration for the summit early, I think you're excited to be here too. I know that I recognize that there were some people who are not able to travel and don't yet feel comfortable traveling. And so we were able to make this event, and the education programs from this morning will be live streamed through our YouTube channel, so we're excited to do that. And as always, we will once again have our virtual Advocacy Day Summit. So tomorrow, when all of you are on Capitol Hill meeting in person with members of Congress and their staff, people back home will be sending emails and flooding the offices with emails. And once again, another way that we are going to be turning the Capitol Hill purple tomorrow. I'm thrilled to see so many familiar faces. I'm excited to see some new ones in the room. We have 300 attendees here with us today, representing 39 states. And so I know that we have a lot of new people who are attending the summit in person for the very first time. Can I see a show of hands of those of you who are here for the first time? Wow. That's incredible. Really, really, truly fantastic. I remember the first Lupus Advocacy Summit I attended and going on Capitol Hill, and what struck me was the energy that filled the room, the power of the advocates, and the satisfaction of making an impact, which really, really makes this program so special, and I hope that you all experience that and so much more. I also know there are many people who have attended the Advocacy Summit in person in the past. So can I see a show of hands of those who have been here before? Wonderful. So those of you who are new know that you're not alone. You have people who are experienced doing this. You can connect with them. It's great to see people returning for this event. You understand the power of your voice, and we are so thankful that you continue to use it and to make a difference. And yes, what you do does make a difference. For example, over the last few years, thanks to lupus advocates, nearly $700 million has been generated for lupus-specific programs at the Centers for Disease Control and Prevention, the National Institutes of Health, the Office of Minority Health, and the Department of Defense. These funds stimulated for these agencies help to advance lupus research and provide critical resources to improve the lives of people living with lupus. Thanks to lupus advocates, new research has been generated. Various groups, including healthcare providers, community healthcare workers, school nurses, and the public, they've been educated about the signs and symptoms of lupus in an effort to help improve the time to lupus diagnosis. New resources have been created to help people living with lupus manage their disease, and education and outreach programs have been established to help increase participation in lupus clinical trials among racial and ethnic minority groups. Thanks to lupus advocates, we're making strides to improve access to care. We have 3 drugs that have been approved specifically for lupus. We need to make sure people have access to those medications. And just last year, we worked to cap out-of-pocket drug costs in Medicaid and Medicare, and now, for the first time, Medicare beneficiaries can now spread the cost out over the course of the year. And thanks to lupus advocates, we have fought to preserve and strengthen the Affordable Care Act and ensure Medicaid and assistance programs are available to all those who need them the most. And also, thanks to the support of lupus advocates, through the pandemic, we advocated across federal government and in the states to promote policies that responded to and protected people with lupus, including preserving access to hydroxychloroquine, expanding telehealth services, and ensuring that reopening policies recognize the challenges faced by people with lupus every day. You lupus advocates, you have accomplished a lot. So thank you for all that. But we certainly have so much more to do. I want to thank you again for being here and for what you're going to do tomorrow on Capitol Hill. We have a full program set for today. And when you registered this morning, you should have received an Expo passport. It looks like this. So we invite you to visit the tables out in the lobby, visit our sponsors and our staff, and when you go around to meet with them, ask them a question, engage them, and get a stamp. If you get 5 or more stamps on your passport, you can submit this at the Lupus Foundation of America's Programs and Services table and be entered to win be entered into a drawing to win a Bluetooth speaker. So if you didn't have a chance to visit the booth during breakfast, no worries. We'll have opportunity during the breaks. We're also going to have a time this afternoon where you'll have an opportunity to visit the booths. Just make sure you turn in your passport by 5 o'clock today, and then we'll do the drawing this evening during our reception. I'd now like to take a few moments to introduce a few people who are in the room with us today. First of all, we have a number of board members who are attending various events over the next couple of days. With us today and joining us on Capitol Hill tomorrow are board members Conrad Gehrman and Cherie Perrone. Can you raise your hands? You'll have the opportunity to meet additional board members who will be attending the reception this evening. And last night, during last night's reception, I had the opportunity to catch up with an advocate and dear friend of the Lupus Foundation of America, Frances Ash Goins. Frances is a retired employee of the Office on Women's Health. We worked with Frances back in 2009 to launch the first Ad Council campaign on lupus. And Frances shared with me that she remembered when the foundation was a team of 5 employees. Wow, we have now 10 times that number of employees who are working across the country with all of you to advance our mission to improve the lives of all people with lupus. At this time, I'd like to ask all members of the Lupus Foundation of America national staff and representatives from our chapters to please stand. I want to thank our team of hardworking, dedicated employees. they're just really, it's really a privilege and honor to work with all of them. I want to give a special shout out to our advocacy and government relations team, Pat Wildman, Travis Smith, and Amina Habib, for their leadership in putting together the summit today. We are also fortunate to work with a network of passionate and committed volunteer ambassadors from across the country who partner with us and expand our reach and our impact by raising awareness and educating their communities about lupus. If you are a lupus ambassador, Lupus Foundation of America ambassador, will you please stand? Thank you so very much for your support and for your partnership. Next, I'd like to thank the sponsors and exhibitors for today's summit. It's thanks to their support that this program is possible. So thank you to Amgen, to AstraZeneca, to Aurinia Pharmaceuticals, to Biogen, Bristol Myers Squibb, Caballetto Bio, EMD Serono, Genentech, GSK, Horizon Therapeutics, Kezar Life Sciences, Kyverna Therapeutics, Inc., Pharma, Remegen Biosciences, and Sanofi. Thank you so much for your support. Pat's going to share more about today's agenda and plans for our Hill Day, but I wanted to remind you to please join us this evening for our Lupus Heroes reception. It's going to be in this room between 7:30 and 8 p.m. tonight. In addition to food and drinks, we're going to announce the winner of the Bluetooth speaker, and we have several awards. We're going to announce the recipient of the Barlin Family of the Year Award and the Sandra C. Raymond Advocate of the Year Award. We will also have a special tribute to Steve Gibson, our CEO, who tragically passed away in November, and whose legacy lives on in all of us. I know he would be just so thrilled to see all of you here today, continuing the fight against lupus. I'm looking forward to a great day of programming, of networking, of Hill visits tomorrow. Thank you all so very much for being here, for sharing your experiences living with lupus, for raising your voices. I'd now like to welcome to the stage our Senior Vice President of Advocacy and Government Relations, Pat Wildman.
Thank you, Mary. How's everyone doing this morning? Oh, come on, a little bit more, a little bit more. There we go, there we go. Hey, we're really excited to be back here in person with all of you today. Looking forward to a great day on Capitol Hill tomorrow. And as Mary mentioned, what you do today, what you do tomorrow, what you do throughout the year has a huge, huge impact. Mary mentioned the funding for research and education programs. $700 million for lupus in just the last 5 years alone. And that's all because of what you do during the summit, what you do throughout the year. And it's not just going up to Capitol Hill, it's sharing your story, what it's like to live with lupus, the unmet need, the impact on our families, on our communities, and on the 1.5 million Americans living with lupus today, more than 200 of whom are in this room and hundreds more online today. Thank you for all that you do. But your advocacy not only helps to increase funding for research, it helps to elevate the patient voice in that process so that your experiences, what it's like to live with lupus, informs how treatments are developed. It informs whether those treatments can get to patients and whether they truly meet the challenges that most impact your lives. Critically important is that your advocacy also can help ensure that people with lupus have access to the care they need when they need it. Several of our requests on Capitol Hill tomorrow are focused on increasing access to care, reducing barriers to increasing affordability, and to ensure that people with lupus can access the medications that are available to them to help them live their lives with this disease. We'll talk more about all of that during our Prep for the Hill session this afternoon. So please join us. I'm looking forward to a great Prep for the Hill session to go through all of our advocacy asks. In the meantime, we have a great program today. We're going to begin this morning talking more about the state of lupus research and drug development. We'll hear about the importance of diverse participation in clinical trials. And I want to give a shout out to our Lupus Research Action Network, class number 4. Where are you guys? Hey. So our Lupus Research Action Network, advocates throughout this room from throughout the country, are focused on helping to increase participation in clinical trials and increase diverse participation in trials. We had a training yesterday. It was great, a lot of energy in the room. And what they're doing is helping us to get to the next treatments that work for everybody living with lupus. So in addition to the sessions that we have today, we also have our Youth Congress, which takes place in about 90 minutes. And that's for our younger advocates, and they're going to learn more about how to live with lupus and also how to be advocates themselves. And we'll hear much more about advocacy on Capitol Hill, obviously, during our Prep for the Hill session later today. But we'll also hear about state advocacy and the important things that are happening in the states and what you can do throughout the year. You know, tomorrow is just one day. There's a lot of other days during the year that we can advocate. So we'll hear much more about that this afternoon. But before I turn things over to Dr. Joan Merrill, who's going to be leading our first session, just a few housekeeping items. First, our Advocacy Day app. If you haven't downloaded it already, there's information in your packets about how to download the app. Definitely download it. It has a lot of information. Certainly has your congressional schedules will be up there. Talking points that you can use on Capitol Hill. Information about your members of Congress if you want to look them up and do a little bit more research before your meetings. There's maps, and you can plug in a pin and see where you are on the Hill and map it to the office. There are other tools on the app that you can connect with each other. So all of you can connect with each other via the app. And there's also a tool on there to help you send a thank you letter right after your meeting with a member of Congress. So the instructions are in your packet. I think they're on the left side of the packet. Social media. Please do engage our social media channels throughout the summit, #LupusAdvocacy. Now we want to really, as we're up on the Hill, as we have our virtual advocacy day taking place and people sending emails to the Hill, let's get out there on social media. Let's be very active. Let's make social media purple too. I'm not sure how that works, but let's do that. Table assignments. I think by now you've realized you're sitting with people from your home state. Get to know each other if you don't know them already, because you will be going to the Hill tomorrow together as groups, as a team of advocates. Later this afternoon, we're going to talk about strategies for the Hill, and you'll be sitting with folks from your state, your delegation. So please do get to know other advocates at your tables. The exhibit hall, Mary mentioned it. Please visit the exhibits, and don't forget to get your passport stamped and be eligible for the Bluetooth speaker during this evening's reception. And that'll be announced towards the end of the reception, which again is 6:30 this evening to 8 o'clock this evening. Safety. We are very cognizant of not just COVID, but the flu and other things that are out there. We do have masks available in everyone's bags, hand sanitizer in the bags, hand sanitizer on tables, and there's a safety card on everyone's table. Please practice safe practices here. We are requiring masks at the buffet because it is a buffet. We want to make sure that we're helping to ensure everyone's safety. If anyone needs assistance throughout the program, whatever that may be, please don't hesitate to ask one of our staff. You saw them all stand up. We all have badges with a little purple staff tag on them. Don't hesitate to ask us. We're happy to help, including with any medical assistance. We'll connect you with physicians that we have available. And this is a long program. Begins with that breakfast at 8 o'clock and goes throughout the day into the reception. So it is a long day. I know yesterday we had a long day for our Lupus Research Action Network participants. Please feel free to take a break if you need to. There's plenty of seating throughout the hotel down here and a couple floors above up into the lobby level, or head back to your room if you need to. But take a break, do what's best for you. And don't hesitate throughout the program today, don't hesitate to ask questions. If you have a question during the panels, any of the panels, we will have opportunities to take questions from the audience. Our staff will be on hand mingling about in the room with mics. If you have a question, just raise your hand. We'll get a mic over to you. And just introduce yourself. Let everyone know who you are, where you're from. And then the last thing, and everyone who was here yesterday for the LRAN training knows my favorite housekeeping item, the elevators. So those of you who haven't gone in the elevators yet and aren't familiar with the way they work, make sure you press your room or your floor that you're going to, whether it's 10, whether it's 8. Don't just hop on the nearest elevator, because if you do, you're going to be riding the elevator up and down, and it will not stop at your floor. Believe me, I know that from experience. So that is my obligatory elevator reminder. And we do have a great program today. I'm really excited for everything that's coming ahead of us, including the Hill Day tomorrow. But we're going to begin right now with our first session, Successes, Challenges in the Future of Drug Development. And that's going to be moderated by Dr. Joan Merrill from the Oklahoma Medical Research Foundation and LFA's Chief Advisor for Clinical Development. And very excited to have Dr. Merrill up here today. Thank you, Dr. Merrill, for joining us. And then we also have Dr. Bernie Rubin from GSK, Dr. David Chang from Cabaletta Bio, Dr. Gary Bryant from AstraZeneca, and Dr. Nisha Jain from Horizon Therapeutics. So looking forward to a great day today, great day tomorrow, and to seeing all of you throughout the day. And I love to see this room. You guys look awesome. Thank you. Here we go. Hey, Brad. Good to see you.
Guess we go. Good morning. The two most awesome people here are two ladies somewhere over there wearing these gorgeous purple dresses. Could you stand up? Where are you? They're wearing purple dresses. They're like just very simple, like sheath purple dresses. Oh, I guess they're shy. All righty, well, anyway, they look great. So we're going to introduce you to some concepts today that may be helpful on the Hill, because it gives you an idea about what are the impediments to treatment development. And these are things that the congressmen don't know a whole lot about, and you could really help by discussing with them. But the first question, and I started yesterday with the LRAN group asking the same question: how do we select the best treatments for each individual person with lupus? How do we do that? And the answer is, we don't. And the reason why we don't is because, we have a legacy of thinking that this disease is just too complicated. It's too heterogeneous, and that means that each patient is not like each other. Immunologically, inside the immune system, there's too much variety in how people got on that path to getting lupus. And we think of lupus as being a very unpredictable disease. We never know when it's going to come, when it's going to go. So how do you test a drug when you don't know when it's going to come and when it's going to go anyway? And then, it's believed to be unknowable. It's too much. We'll never master it. We won't figure it out. This is all not true. We can do it. I've been saying it for almost 20 years at this forum. And I can tell you something. We haven't gotten there yet, but we're a lot closer than we were 20 years ago. To add insult to injury, when we do trials of new treatments for lupus, it's not safe to have people come in and have no therapy. And so how do you have a placebo group? So people are coming in on all kinds of what we call polypharmacy, meaning lots of different drugs. And as I'm going to show you, these drugs are affecting how we can interpret what we're looking at when we're trying to test a new drug. And as a result of that, over the past 30 years, what you're looking at are a whole bunch of lines, squiggles, and bar graphs where you can't tell the difference between one group and another. And the group that you can't tell the difference between is the drug being tested and the people getting placebo. Now, you'd go, well, why? And the reason is the placebo response rates are very high because we're too scared to put people in these trials and risk that they would have terrible flares. So we bring them in on all kinds of background meds and we allow a lot of rescue. And that's not working, guys. So we got to find safe ways to do trials where a person can become a non-responder and not be left there hanging, where they can get immediately treated and nothing bad will happen. And that's something that's been going on recently. The other idea is to slowly taper the background medications as tolerated, increment by increment, so that nobody tapers too fast and nobody flares too hard. But you go, well, why do you care if the placebo response rate is high? If the placebo response rate is way up here, well, why wouldn't an effective treatment be way up here? And that, if you did ask it, would be a very good question. So there's a reason for it. And if you look on the right-hand side of this slide, what you see is something we call the ceiling effect. And the reason for the ceiling effect is what you're looking at on the left side of the slide. On the left side of the slide, what you see is a whole lot of lupus patients, immune disorders. And we're really excited because we've got it down to 7 active groups, and then the 8th group is just people who got better, and so they're just like healthy control population. So there's 8 kinds of lupus patients, people who are cured and people who are not cured, and there's only 7 different types. Now, if you look, what you see is yellow and black and purple. Purple means that these are parts of the immune system that are expressed at a lower level than healthy people. Yellow means expressed at a higher level. So look at those 2 bright yellow ones sort of a little way from the top. Those big bright yellow ones, those are people with a lot of inflammation going on right now. And one of them in the middle is much more bright than the other, but they're both there, you can see it. And right above there, where the top red arrow is pointing to, you can see that both of those people are expressing a lot of yellow in the row above the bright red big one. That's interferon. So if you had a drug that affected interferon, and you gave it to all these other people, along with these people, what would you expect? You'd expect the ceiling effect. So what you'd expect is the drug isn't going to work for more than 50% of the people. Well, if the placebo response rate is more than 40%, and the ceiling on what you can expect from your drug is only 50%, you're not going to be able to prove your drug works. And so you can't tell the difference between placebo, between an effective drug, and an ineffective drug. You wouldn't get any difference. Now, what can we do about that? Well, it turns out if you could get the placebo response rate down, then you would expect to see a lower placebo response rate. And notice in the middle on the right there, you're going to get a lower response with the effective drug, but not as much lower because it's an effective drug. And you'll get the ineffective drug, you shouldn't get any response more than the placebo. And now we can tell the difference between placebo and effective drug, and between effective drug and ineffective drug. And it turns out that there's some data to support that. So if you take all the trials that have succeeded, it turns out that the average placebo response percent, the percent of the people who got placebo and responded, is lower than if you look at the trials that failed. And remember, some of those trials probably failed because the drug didn't work. So clearly, that's sort of bringing the placebo response rate, possibly even down. So there is, and it's a statistically significant difference. So we know we want to get that placebo response rate down. And in fact, more than 10 years ago, the Lupus Foundation of America, yes, this body, yes, us, right, got together with an international group and sorted through all of the information that was available at that time and said, what do we see? How do we get more of a difference between treatment and placebo? Looking back at a lot of disappointing trials where there wasn't much difference between treatment and placebo. This included trials that eked out statistically significant benefits and trials that actually failed. And looking at subsets of the population, it turned out If you just take the patients with more disease activity at baseline, you got a lower placebo response rate. And if you just looked at people who came in on less background medications, you got a lower placebo response at baseline. So that gave us ideas, and this is pretty obvious, right? Sicker patients are less likely to get better, duh, right? People on less background medicine are less likely to get better, duh, right? But getting the details of this enabled us to design better trials, and the result of that is that we've had a bunch of successful phase 2 trials recently, and you can see that the placebo response rates are way down where we like to see them. So we can tell if the drug works or not. One of these trials, by the way, failed. Didn't meet its primary endpoint. But we knew what we had because the placebo response rate was low. But could we also raise the ceiling effect? Well, think about this. Look at those groups of patients. If you gave the drug that hits interferon only to those patients who have some reason to believe it's going to work for them, which are those bright yellow people, you'd get a bigger percentage of response in that group. Turns out we're not sure how to measure these things, and it's not always working out, but we're taking baby steps, and in some trials we've actually been able to show that there are subsets of lupus patients who respond better to one particular drug and totally different subsets who might respond better to another particular drug, and we don't have time to talk about that today because I want you to hear from these people. But that's ongoing work. There's another way we can raise the ceiling effect, and that is to address the single problem that we have done nothing about and really need to in treatment development for lupus. And what that single problem is the fact that our background medications are confusing everything. If we're going to treat to the specific immune disorder in a groups of people who are not exactly like each other, but we've been able to at least line people up so they're a little more similar to some members of the group who has lupus, but then they come in on all kinds of different background drugs. These drugs are altering the immune system, and they're actually changing the group that these people are in. So it's not their real born group, it's their group on the drug. And this is an example to show you. You're looking at all these columns here, and over there on the left, you're looking at AZA. That's azathioprine or Imuran. You've all heard of it. And what we're looking at in pink is the parts of the immune system that are different in the patients who are taking it compared to patients who are not taking it. But there's two columns for azathioprine. One is the people who came in with that high, bright yellow interferon signal that I just told you about. And the other are people who don't have that signal. And so the first thing I want you to see is that this drug does not have the same effect on those different people. Now we can work this out because we have the technology today, but we're not doing it, and we must do it. So this is the last barrier that we've got to do something about. And then if you look over to the rest of this slide, it's showing you that there's other drugs there. There's both MMF, which is mycophenolate, which Cellcept, which many of you know about, and there's methotrexate. And just without squinting too hard at what these pink things mean, what these pink things you can see very easily is that azathioprine doesn't affect the same parts of the immune system as mycophenolate. Mycophenolate doesn't affect the same parts of the immune system as methotrexate. And people who have high interferon on azathioprine are not being affected the same way as people who have high interferon on mycophenolate. Now do you see why we have trouble interpreting the data from clinical trials where all kinds of diverse patients are coming in on diverse treatments? Ay, guys, and we can do something about this because we have the technology. In fact, the very first little tiny stab at this is going on right now. This is a trial that's funded by the NIH, and it's testing two drugs. One is MMF, mycophenolate Cellcept. The other is voclosporin, which has recently been approved for lupus for nephritis. Now we're looking at patients who don't have nephritis. They have some significant disease, and they're going to come in, and they're going to just be randomly assigned to take MMF or placebo, and they get a steroid shot in the beginning, so everybody feels good in the beginning, and then it wears off. Now, who's still doing good and who's not doing good? Who's not doing good may now choose, if they want, to just, I've had enough, I'm out of this trial, that's fine. Or would you like to be re-randomized to MMF or versus MMF plus voclosporin? So we're going to try to figure out, using all kinds of laboratories around the country, this is kind of exciting stuff. What's going on in the patients who respond to MMF alone? What's different about them than the patients who need both of those drugs? What's different from both of those to people who don't respond to either? What's still missing that the immune system that needs tackling in those who don't respond? And how do these things change when they get these various kinds of drugs? Once we know that, we'll be able to turn it back over to them, and they'll be able to develop better drugs. So, what's that? No, that's Bernie's talk. There we go. So I'm going to introduce our panelists. We've got Dr. Bernie Rubin. He's a medical director at GSK, and he's going to talk about the importance of early diagnosis and shared decision making. It's time for doctors to allow people to take charge of their own disease course and choices in treatment. Dr. David Chang, who is the CEO from Cabaletta, is going to introduce you to a very novel, new approach of treatment. We don't have much data on it yet, but it's excited a lot of the scientists, and he's going to tell you about it. They're called CAR T cells. You know, like your T cells have cars. I hope they're good cars. I hope they're electric cars. And then we're going to have two people address some of the treatment development issues in lupus that will really help you as you go to the Hill and start talking to your Congress people and their representatives. First is Dr. Gary Bryant, who's Senior Medical Director at AstraZeneca, and the second is Dr. Nisha Jain, who is the Director of Clinical Development at Horizon Therapeutics, and also has a great deal of experience with the FDA, so she'll be able to give you that government perspective that will help you. So with no further ado, I'm going to turn this over to Bernie Rubin.
I have the clicker, Joan? Thanks.
Thanks very much. Can you hear me okay? It's a pleasure to be here this morning, and I want to thank you for allowing me to participate and represent GSK. What I'm going to do for the next few minutes in my presentation is to follow up with the great remarks you had from your leadership earlier today, and I hopefully challenge you with things that you can do during the rest of today and tomorrow when you meet with representatives on the Hill, and then hopefully when you get back to your homes as well. Let me see if I can. So I'm going to chat about the importance of early diagnosis and shared decision-making in lupus. And I know I'm preaching to the choir a little bit in some of the information I'm going to provide, but I think it will solidify a message that we all believe in very deeply. We understand that lupus disproportionately affects persons of African descent, Hispanic and American Indigenous and Alaskan Native women, and you see these statistics represented on this slide. You see the fact that there are 9 women to every man who's affected by lupus, and you can see the statistics represented here that 2 to 3 times more non-Hispanic white men and women are affected, that 1.4 to 2 times more Hispanic, non-Hispanic white men and women, and you see the increased numbers over on the far right as well. What these statistics show you in graphic detail is the fact that lupus, although a disease that affects most people, it disproportionately affects these minority populations. One of the problems with lupus presentation and lupus diagnosis is the fact, as Dr. Merrill has said, it is very difficult to subset people with lupus. What you see here is that we have a muddled diagnostic criteria to try to diagnose people with lupus, and many of you in the room have suffered through years of misdiagnosis or delays in finally coming to a correct diagnosis. We know that a variety of symptoms can affect people with lupus, and therefore sometimes it's hard to make a definite diagnosis and then begin possible treatment. And then finally, lupus can overlap with other autoimmune diseases, which again can compound the difficulty in making a correct diagnosis. One of the most important factors that the World Health Organization has noted that we fully embrace, not only at GSK, but in the medical profession, are the social determinants of health, which clearly affect everybody, whatever their disease may be, and it's particularly noteworthy in persons with lupus. So that your education and access to health care, your economic stability, your social and community contacts, the neighborhood in which you live, and the quality of health care that you can access all have a role to play in your ability to improve your health. Whether you have lupus or many other chronic diseases, these social determinants of health are a major factor. What we also understand, and I think everybody in this room would agree, is that we are now at the stage where we need to take advantage of shared decision-making in healthcare. I'm a rheumatologist, and I taught and practiced for decades. And now I realize that I actually made much better decisions and provided much better care when I was in practice, when I was in partnership with my patients, and that we collectively tried to achieve the goal that we both wanted for each other. I wanted them to be better, and I hoped that I would never see them again because they would be so terrific that we could just wave to each other in the grocery store, right? And they really wanted to not keep coming in to see me in the office on a regular basis. And so this shared decision-making, and I would encourage you to make sure that you embrace this and take it home with you. Because what it does, it empowers you, and it actually will allow your healthcare providers to do a much better job. And what you see here on this road is the fact that as you do this shared decision-making, and as you take this approach, it's going to allow both me as a physician and those of us on the stage as pharmaceutical companies to actually help everybody get to the goal we want, which is cures for people with lupus, decreased anxiety, decreased health care, poor outcomes, and improved life for everyone. So I appreciate the opportunity to come and speak. I hope that those remarks were helpful, and I'll turn it over to my colleagues now. Thank you.
Good morning. So my name, as you can see, is David Chang. I'm the Chief Medical Officer at Cabaletta Bio, and I am also a rheumatologist, and for over 30 years, I've been involved in the care and research in lupus, and I've now been in industry for over 20 years, currently working with Cabaletta Bio, which is a tiny biotech company. When I joined, there were only 12 of us. We're now up to 70, so in 6 years, we've grown more than 5 times from the original inception. So it's a small company, but we're entirely focused on our mission, which is here, to develop and launch the first curative targeted cellular therapies for patients with autoimmune diseases, of which lupus is probably one of the most important and the most relevant disease that we're targeting. So before I go into talking about cell therapy, I do want to say I'm really honored to have the opportunity to talk to you about cell therapy for patients living with lupus. But what is cell therapy? Cell therapy is a transplantation of human cells to replace or repair damaged tissue or cells. So the simplest form of cell therapy is blood transfusion. So there's a donor who gives donor cells, red cells, and they donate it to a recipient who needs the red cells. So that's a very simplest form of cell therapy. But what has now transpired is a more complicated version of cell therapy from blood transfusion. There's something called chimeric antigen receptor T-cell therapy. These are hopefully nice cars, like Ferraris or Maseratis. But these chimeric antigen receptor T-cells, you can see how it's manufactured. So this is not a drug that you take as a pill. It's not a monoclonal antibody. It's a cell therapy that's made from patient's own cells. It can be made from another patient's cells, but currently these are made with patient's own cells. So you can see in this diagram here from number 1, 2, 3, and 4, it starts off with the patient donating his or her own cells through a process called leukapheresis. So the white blood cells, including T cells, are collected from the patient. Once these cells are collected, they're sent to a manufacturing facility, a laboratory, where they genetically modify these T cells. So these T cells are changed and modified so that they become more activated and will target the appropriate therapy. You multiply it so that there's more and more of these T cells. So these are now called CAR T cells, shipped back, once it's manufactured, to the hospital or to the clinic and reinfused back to the patient who originally donated those cells. So this is called autologous CAR T cells because it's cells that are derived from the patient's own body. So this is how CAR T is manufactured. And if you think about what do you want these CAR Ts to target? In some cases, you want to target leukemia cells or lymphoma cells. And the way they do that is to actually put on its surface, you can see right there, an anti-CD19 antibody. In this case, the CD19 markers are found on B cells, including B-cell leukemia cells, B-cell lymphoma cells. So when these CAR T cells with the anti-CD19 are reinfused back to the patients, it will find and kill those B cells that are expressing CD19 on its surface, including leukemia and lymphoma cells. Now, I'm not going to try to pronounce all 4 of those drugs that are now approved by the FDA because they have more than 3 syllables, but you can see that there are 4 drugs now approved for the treatment of B-cell leukemia or B-cell lymphoma. And this is the product. It's a cell product manufactured, made from the patient's own T cells that are genetically modified, reinfused so it'll find and target the things that you want to target. In this case, B-cell leukemia, lymphoma. And this is what happens, that you eliminate the leukemia and lymphoma cells. In these patients, and this is in oncology, so leukemia and lymphoma, these 4 drugs that I can't pronounce, there's complete remission, one-time therapy, complete remission, 53 to 81% of patients. These are patients who are otherwise refractory or relapsing from leukemia and lymphoma who've been on multiple other types of chemotherapy. 40 to 57% with long-term remission. That's pretty remarkable when you think about that. One-time therapy can lead to, these are patients now up to 7, 8, 10 years. Leukemia and lymphoma, otherwise refractory. So somebody said, well, this is a clever idea for oncology. Why not for autoimmune disease? Why not for lupus? Because if you think about lupus, B cells play a very important role. I'm not going to go through all this crazy science here, but B cells do play a central role. It can interact with T cells, it can make cytokines, it makes autoantibodies. It does a lot of things that can harm your body because the B cells are out of control. And that's why we have therapies that are targeting B cells. But in this case, the idea is, what if we get rid of all the B cells, and a few months later, the B cells come back nice and healthy? Not the bad B cells, not the autoreactive B cells that are causing the disease. So all B cells, as we talked about, have CD19 marker on its surface. And you don't want this, but if you can knock out the B cells, a central player, by targeting CD19 positive B cells, could you lead to the same type of remission, potential cure in lupus patients? So there's a German university hospital that said, why don't we try this? Why don't we take the same thing that was used in oncology, give them the same regimen, but try it on lupus patients? Now, the first patient was a very sick patient, and you can see here, they picked 5 patients. They published this last September. Fairly young patients, but with moderate to severe disease. They were on lots of medications. You can see the prior they're all on steroids, they're all on Plaquenil, all were taking Celsep. Some were on azathioprine, some were on cyclophosphamide, rituximab, belimumab, right? These are not patients who just were taking hydroxychloroquine. These are patients who are sick. Look at the organ involvement as well. All had kidney disease. Some of them had heart and lung involvement. All of them had skin involvement. A lot of them had joint involvement. So these are patients who had multi-organ disease, including kidney involvement. So these are 5 patients that they published. These are not our studies. These are study results from the German University Hospital. And this is what they reported. I just kind of cut and paste. They're nice slides they had. So 4 out of 5 patients achieved a SLEDAI-2K of 0 in 3 months, off of all medications. No steroids, no Plaquenil, nothing. There's one patient who had a little bit of something, but by 6 months it went away completely. All 5 patients achieved durable remission throughout the follow-up period. So it didn't just last 3 months or 6 months. One-time therapy, first patient at the time of publication, 17 months out. The one in red, still in remission, drug-free remission, no medication, one-time therapy. Patients now up to 24, 25 months, presumably still doing well. Other patients are now 6, 7, 8, 9, 12 months follow-up. One-time therapy, drug-free remission. So pretty remarkable. So of course, a lot of people said, we've got to do something about this. So we're certainly interested in this. And the far right slide is a proteinuria. So these patients had a lot of protein in the urine. And by 3 months, pretty much went away. So we're interested in this, obviously, for many reasons, because we think there's a potential, real potential here to be something really, really phenomenal, something very different. So we actually have a very similar drug that the German University Hospital is studying. We call it CABA-201. And these CAR T therapies, again, is targeting CD19 positive B cells, which could potentially lead to the same type of responses. So we've designed a study for CABA-201 based on our prior experience of working with cell therapy for other diseases such as pemphigus and myasthenia gravis, and then looking at what the German university was doing with regards to their cell dosing and their study design. And we came up with a study design and sent this to the FDA. FDA has looked at it, they cleared it, so our initial drug application is now cleared. So later this year, we hope to start a study in patients with both lupus with kidney disease and lupus without kidney disease. It's a phase 1/2, so it's a first in human study, and we'll be basically looking at the same type of regimen, treating patients with a preconditioning regimen, which they get fludarabine cyclophosphamide, which is needed. We can talk about that later, and then they get the CABA-201. Again, it will be given as a one-time therapy. So we're really excited about this, and I think a lot of universities and a lot of other companies are very interested in this. So hopefully this is something unique and different that has potential to be something revolutionary for patients living with lupus. Thank you.
Dr. Bryan's going to go next. Go on up there.
Go on. I grab my notes there.
And while he's getting ready, I just want to temper your excitement. What you saw was what we call anecdotal data. There was no placebo group. There was pre-dosing of those patients with a kind of a chemo drug. And yes, it's exciting, but no, we don't really know yet how well it works, what the side effects are. So be excited, but nothing has been proven yet, just to keep things in perspective. Okay. That's cool.
Team in nature. Well, good morning. Can you hear me all right? So I'm Gary Bryant, as the slide says, and I'm with AstraZeneca. I practiced rheumatology for 36 years and spent the last half of that focusing on caring for patients with lupus and also doing lupus research and educating residents and fellows, hopefully some of which would become rheumatologists someday, to help with the workforce issues about caring for patients and having access to the best lupus care that people can get. So I really thank the LFA and all of you for your invitation. It's great to see this crowd. I was with Dr. Merrill on a virtual one last year, and this is much better, as I'm sure you'll see. And the great work you're going to do tomorrow on Capitol Hill, I've been there several times doing the same sort of advocacy things, and it's critically important. So I took seriously the name of the, so I will kind of, I didn't know if I was going to go first or last after Dr. Merrill, and so after a period of time, there's going to be some repetition, and we don't have to focus on the slides. They're more to help me guide in some of the comments that I wanted to make. So you've heard what a heterogeneous, and you experience, lupus. Those of you living with lupus and your loved ones who are with you on this journey, it has a very broad set of manifestations that are different, essentially in each patient. And that leads to some of the difficulties that Dr. Rubin went through as far as early diagnosis is concerned, or a correct diagnosis. And the increased disease activity and the persistent use of steroids. Steroids are your friend and foe, as I'm sure most of you know, and we'll speak a little bit more about that later. Incredibly important for acute flares and treating inflammation until we can hopefully find something more long-term that is going to control that over time. But patients coming into our clinical trials are often on significantly elevated dose of steroids, which impact that. And Dr. Merrill's beautiful presentation talked about some of those issues about patients coming to the trials. We can't do a true placebo-controlled trial because treating a lupus patient with nothing isn't really in the cards. It wouldn't be good for them. And so they come in on what's called standard therapy. The placebo group is essentially standard therapy and are all the drugs that she mentioned. And Dr. Rubin went through this as well, so I won't focus on this, but women, like in many rheumatic diseases, are impacted much more than men are. More common in different races and different ethnic heritages. And the majority of patients are diagnosed between the ages of 15 and 45. And childhood lupus occurs, of course, as well. And that's a significant issue as far as the length of time a patient with a disease that is yet, unfortunately, has no cure, although that's being worked on, as you heard from Dr. Chang, as far as one way to look at that, and many other innovative therapies in the pipeline right now. You all know and experience this every day, so I don't need to tell you about the impact it has on your quality of life and being able to live the life that you want to live. And this is just one measurement that's used to measure that. And this also speaks to Dr. Rubin's comments about the patient journey and the shared decision-making about what's, it has to be a partnership, and we have to hear what's most important to you. We can do blood tests, we can examine, we can use some of the instruments that are used, but those are only part of the story. It has to be your story and what you're living with every day. We talked about that heterogeneity, and so that's in the center with the patients, and then as you go out from the center of the circle, and to Dr. Merrill's point, it's that immunological heterogeneity. But it's not all the immune system. We know that in identical twins, one twin may develop lupus and the other one may not. So it's not just having an abnormal immune system. and we'll talk about that in a second. And then we've heard about all the organ systems that can be involved. So getting back to that, again, we have those genetic variabilities in patients, but getting to the point about why one twin may get lupus and not another, there's also all these environmental factors. And so, again, speaking to something brought up by one of my previous colleagues who have been up here as far as the social determinants of health, where you live, your access to health care, all those things can contribute. You know, the immune system, you know, shortening Dr. Merrill's presentation, the immune system is complicated. And so we see here that there's two major aspects of that: the innate immune system, which we're all born with and which all mammals are born with, and then the adaptive immune system, which is all those things we come in contact over time that our immune system recognizes and remembers. But when that goes awry, that's when diseases like lupus come up. And she talked about the importance of some of the inflammatory cytokines. She used interferon 1 as an example, but there are many, and that's the good news as far as the successes, is that the incredible, you know, basic research, translational research, and then more and more companies doing the hard work, running the clinical trials like we know to run them now, and knowing that we want to even improve how those are done, that hopefully will separate out the groups and bring more drugs to market, have to do with you know, knowing more about the immune system and targeting the right thing. And again, this gets to that complexity that I talked about. Don't take a picture and memorize all the cells. But you see, again, you've got the things that start at the top, which are the genetic and the environmental factors, leading to a breakdown of the immune system in some patients that have, again, this usually genetic predisposition. And that leads to a whole cascade of things that happen over time. You see our friend type 1 interferon in the middle again. But there's many different factors that go along this path. To speak about type 1 interferon, you know, one of the points I want to make is one of the difficult things is getting information first developed in research or a clinical observation, what we call the bench to the bedside, which is developing a medication, taking it through preclinical work, you know, animal work, then phase 1, phase 2, phase 3 trials takes a lot of time. And so for, you know, a type 1 interferon inhibitor, which was just approved in 2021 as the second new treatment for lupus in 60 years, we see that from the first time interferon was identified was 1957. The picture that Dr. Merrill showed about the genetic signature in 2003, and it took 18 years after that with those important observations to develop a drug that got through all the hoops and made it so it was available to patients. So it takes a long time. Some of that's, you know, and that's frustrating. By the same token, there's the checks and balances about making sure that potential medications are safe to the degree they can be and prove to be safe before they're brought to market. So the treatment goals are somewhat challenging to define. Everybody wants, you know, our goal is remission, our goal is cure, but in the shorter term, our goal is either a very well-controlled lupus patient, often called lupus low disease activity state, or a patient in remission. Unfortunately, that's a minority of patients still with lupus. You know, we talked about the importance of trying to find things that will minimize the exposure to using prednisone and other steroids over time. And the important thing on the right, which we talked about how it impacts you every day, is the fatigue, the pain, the impact on your activities of daily living, your relationships, all those things that are incredibly important to define. And the good news about, you know, and you're going to hear more in the next session about clinical trials, is that this is very commonly, if not almost universally, included in the clinical trials that are currently going on, and the, you know, there's work with the FDA to make that a mandate. And this gets to the point that even in people that are fairly well controlled, and this is in the pre-biologic era, this comes from a group or a registry of patients in Toronto, is that damage can occur to organs over time, even in patients that are relatively well controlled. And the right-hand side of the slide, again, talks about the issue that is further impacted by the amount of steroids someone has to take over time. So that's a challenge. Those of you who've been on steroids know some of the side effects, and it is dose dependent to some degree, but the lowest effective dose, or hopefully zero, is what the goal is. So this is our treatment targets in setting these goals in remission, and there's lots of work going on with that right now. And I'll just, I think some of the issues around the clinical trials has been, we have a lot of different things we can measure, but not everybody agrees on which endpoint is the best or which ones are the most important to measure. And I think that's going to improve over time with all the work that's going on by advocacy groups like yourself and in conjunction with the FDA and our industry as far as making those better. And Dr. Merrill had talked about the complicated endpoints and the issue about the placebo response and things of that in patients on other therapies. So I hope that was helpful. I think that the successes have been identified with more precision medicine over the last several years. There's more to come. There's many different molecules in clinical trial development, late clinical trials that hopefully will meet that bar and may have even more choices for you. And I think that the future is bright, but more work needs to be done. And I appreciate all of your willingness to take time and advocate for this disease and come to Capitol Hill and hopefully move things forward. So thank you very much.
Good morning, everyone. Again, I just want to see if everyone is awake. Good morning, everyone. Well, thank you. I'm Nisha Jain. As Dr. Merrill has introduced me, I'm from Horizon Therapeutics. I really thank you for the opportunity to speak to you all today here. This is my first meeting, and I must say I'm very impressed and very excited to see so much of participation. This is really good, and the participation tomorrow at the Hill will really be hopefully fruitful. And so I am actually today, you've just heard all my colleagues talk about the lupus disease. So I'm going to talk about a little bit different, talk about the participation, both your participation, our participation, and how it can help us, bring a new and improved management and cure for people living with lupus. So a little bit about Horizon. So Horizon is a mid-sized pharmaceutical company that is committed to developing medicines that treat rare, autoimmune, and severe inflammatory diseases. We are personally committed to people living with lupus or the rest of the disease spectrum in whichever part of the journey you are in. So currently, as you know, I'm going to speak to you about one of our new molecules that we are developing. This molecule is a monoclonal antibody. It's a biologic, and it specifically targets the immune cell that releases the interferon that Dr. Merrill and all of my colleagues just referred to that causes this disease. We have currently 4 clinical trials which are in phase 2, that is in the different disease spectrum, across the different disease spectrum. Several of these indications that we are studying right now are competing with other clinical trials with experimental medicines that are at the later stages of development, as you've heard from some of my colleagues. As you know, these clinical trials are very, very complex. As some of the aspects of the disease that have been studied have very high degree of subjectivity that Dr. Merrill referred to, and that's why you see that ceiling effect and the high placebo effect. And also, some of them are the proof of concept studies, and so that's where we are trying to establish the initial safety and efficacy of this drug. So I do want to also emphasize that although there are so many significant advances that have been made in the management of this disease, and there are many promising drugs that are in clinical development right now, your participation in clinical trial is very important. Your engagement and input helps drug developers like us, my colleagues who are here, who will agree with me. It helps us understand the impact of the disease, the spectrum of the severity of the disease, the measures of benefit that matters to you the most. It also helps us understand the adequacy of the existing treatment so that we can take all this into consideration to inform the decisions in the design of the study that we are planning as we go forward. Also, your input is very important for us to understand how the disease affects your day-to-day life. Each of you here may have different needs, different preferences, and we know that one size does not fit all. So we really need to understand that so that we can take the right approach for all of you all. And this becomes very important for us so that we can know where, which sites and how the clinical trials can become accessible to you. Last but not the least, and it's been pointed out by all my colleagues here, that we encourage participation of all across the diverse group, women, men, race, ethnicity, gender, so that we can study this disease and the effect of the molecule across all this population. Last but not the least, we also want to understand your patient journey differences here that you experienced by the diverse population. And we are doing everything when we are coming up with these clinical trials. We are working on with the physicians and your treaters and your caregivers so that we can adequately address all your needs in our clinical trials. Thank you.
We have time for a few questions. I believe we have people running around with microphones, don't we? Thank you. There's a question over there.
How do we go about, I'd love to do some of the clinical trials, but I am on a long list. I'm on Benlysta, I'm on 5 milligrams of Decadron a day, Plaquenil, the whole works. How do we come off? Can a patient come off of their drugs to be in the trials? That's what I'd love to do. I've had lupus for 50 years, and I would love to be able to help.
Give back, yeah. Would one of you like to address that? AstraZeneca just got a drug approved. How do we deal with patients who are on various kinds of background medications who want to volunteer?
Well, I think, the issue...
I'd love to get off of what I'm on to try something else. I mean, to try the clinical trials. I'd love to.
No, and
I'd take the risk. I'd be glad to take the risk.
I understand that, and I wish you'd be able to do that too. I think, there are some guardrails that are put. I'm not trying to be an apologist, but again, we're a highly regulated industry, and plus, we have to assure that there's, even going into a trial, before you measure the safety, that you're not going to put up, or you're not going to design something that might have more likely cause an unsafe effect. And the issue gets to things like, it's not common to combine biologics, the monoclonal antibodies that was sort of learned in the early days of rheumatoid arthritis where they first used these, that there were higher degree of side effects. And so in most clinical trials now, that combination, although there's some unique ones coming up or novel, that they're going to try and combine things that are more advanced therapies, monoclonal antibodies, and there are also other advanced therapies. So I don't have an exact answer for you. I think the screening's important. Usually, to enter a clinical trial, even if you're on one of these medications, there's a certain amount of what they call the washout period, that if you're willing to go off of it and your treating physician is comfortable with that, that's a possibility.
Okay.
So
So just to add what my colleague just said is also, it's very important to speak to your physician, treating physicians, so that to understand that whether you meet that particular trials. Yeah.
Yeah, well, the devil's in the details here.
Yeah, right.
Yeah,
So
exactly.
it would be an individual
Inclusion criteria.
situation. It would be a one-to-one
That's what I was getting
thing.
to without using
Generally
the term.
speaking, because of the highly regulated environment, if a patient came to me and said, I want to stop the drug I'm on because I want to qualify for your clinical trial,
exactly.
I would say first sign the informed consent for the trial, then we stop the drug. Then they'll usually make you sign the informed consent again once you're washed out. And then, so it would be a bit of a process. But if somebody really wanted to do it, I don't know. I think it's reasonable.
Yep.
You're a warrior. You want to do something. Question over here.
Yeah, hi, my name is Nana. I'm from Dallas, Texas. And I had a two-part question, one for Dr. Chang. I know you said not to get excited, and we're not excited, I promise. But we're intrigued because I just had a question about how similar this is to stem cells. As someone who had stem cells implanted in my knees due to the deterioration of the cartilage due to either lupus or the steroids for a long period of time. And then the second question is there a place for people who are, no longer testing positive for lupus? I haven't tested positive for lupus since 2018, I'm gonna say. Thank you, but I became a kidney patient instead, so
Good.
it's kind of like a horrible boyfriend that left you with
You're in
something
group
worse.
8.
So I turned from being a lupus patient to being a kidney patient, and I recently got a kidney transplant. So someone who's like beyond, thank you, so happy. But someone who still wants to help, but during the time that you're on drugs and you're in the hospital, you're not really thinking about, let me go do a clinical trial.
You would be completely wrong for a clinical trial of any kind, but do not give up hope. Because you want to donate blood, come to Oklahoma, I'll take it, and we'll make use of it.
So I could take the first part of the question. I think we should have cautious optimism. 5 patients only, very limited, not controlled, in Germany university patients. So could be very different types of patients that we would see in the United States, and certainly are. And so we temper all this excitement by recognizing that we don't know until we do more studies, right? And that's why there's a lot of interest in pursuing a CAR T therapy in lupus, because we want to know. If it doesn't work, if it's toxic, there's a safety issue, it works really well, we won't know until we have more opportunities to have people living with lupus in studies and doing some more data gathering, and that's the only way we'll learn. But certainly very exciting news, exciting data, but we need to follow that up.
Dr. Chang, I never meant to say we shouldn't be excited. Everyone is obviously excited. I'm not going to tell anybody to be excited or not excited.
Yeah.
I have a question for you, though, that I wonder if it might be lurking in anybody's mind. Remember, you're a very prestigious scientist, and most of us, I barely got through immunology in medical school. Learned a little since then. But anyway, when you say genetically modify the T cell, can you explain that in a way that doesn't make us all think they're going to turn into the Incredible Hulk?
So the term, sometimes we use the word engineered T cells because that sounds a lot more interesting than genetically modified. But it is genetically modified. So what happens is that you have your T cells from the patient, and in that T cells you insert certain genes such that the T cells will now express certain things. One of them was those anti-CD19 antibody on the surface. And the things inside the cells are things that will allow for these cells to be activated. So if you don't do anything, you just get the T cells back, it's not going to do anything more than what it was doing before. So the genetic modification puts something on the surface so that now these T cells are targeted. It'll go seek and find the B cells that it wants to kill.
And how long do the T cells live?
The T cells, actually, you can detect it in some patients in oncology. They've seen out to many years. In most cases, they'll go up and come down, let's say, in about a month. And it'll be very, very low detectable or not detectable at all.
And with all these approved drugs on the market,
Yeah, yeah.
nobody turned into the Hulk.
Correct. So,
And the genetic modification isn't like a virus that's going to spread to other cells, right?
full disclosure, there is a virus that's used to transfect, right? So in order to get the gene in there, you need something to get the gene in there, so they use a viral vector. Now, I would say that these 4 drugs I cannot pronounce, these 4 drugs that have been proved, they are mandated. As with any cell and gene therapy clinical trials, FDA says 15 years, they need to be followed up. Looking for these viral things, Hulk material, or anything that goes wrong. To date, there have been hundreds, maybe thousands of patients that are treated with CAR T type therapy, 0 viral craziness, 0 Hulks. So far, so good, but FDA says you gotta monitor them for 15 years because of this. Yeah. Now, other gene therapies, this is not purely gene therapies, a gene therapy for other diseases, they have seen some issues, and that's the reason why FDA wants to be very cautious on it.
Thank you. So for those of you who want to sign up for clinical trials right away, remember to ask all those questions.
Hi, I'm Frances Ash Goins from Columbia, South Carolina. Hey. I just want to ask a question that I'm struggling with. My ANA titer was positive. I had some kidney involvement, but my doctor is still looking for the autoimmune disease that I have. So what do you suggest?
Did you have a kidney biopsy?
Not yet, but I've been tested for blood cancer. I've been.
What did the biopsy on your kidneys show?
I haven't had a kidney biopsy.
Oh, you didn't have a kidney biopsy.
I have not had a kidney biopsy, not yet, but I do have something called light chain disease, and my D-dimer is always high.
Okay, well, you know what? You're an example of a person who didn't read the textbook before you got sick. I'm just, what I'm really trying to say here is this isn't your fault, and you're a little bit of a confusing case, I guess. So we're not going to answer it today, but you have to keep searching.
Good morning. I'm Colette Williams from North Carolina. I have a couple of questions, if you all could, I guess, give an attempt to answer. My first one is, from my understanding this morning, is that it's a little tricky determining the clinical trials right now due to the placebos. So one of my questions is, when you're determining these clinical trials, if background medications are somewhat confusing, how do you determine, like, what exactly you're looking for us lupus patients? So any adverse reactions, suspected, unsuspected serious adverse reactions during the trial. When you do your SIVs, if you introduce it to clinical facilities, how do you point out what they should look out for
Bernie,
the visits?
Want to take that?
So, as I mentioned before, the shared decision-making that you, as someone suffering from an autoimmune disease and lupus, has with your practicing physician would be the same that you would share with someone who would be a clinical investigator doing a clinical trial. And so if you would want to participate in a clinical trial, as all of us would understand, there is a long educational process, the consent form, which will go in great detail and explain to you what will and won't happen to you in the clinical trial, so that you make an informed decision before you start and understand all of the possibilities that might become apparent during the trial. And whenever you engage in a clinical trial, you have the right to stop at any time. That's your right. And so I think what's important is to inform yourself of what your responsibilities and your rights are as a patient. That's part of the shared decision making, and make sure that you understand. And unfortunately, all of these clinical trials are usually controlled in a way that neither you nor the person treating you may know exactly what you're getting, so that there's no prejudicial outcomes. And so it's important that you understand that you are benefiting not only yourself, but everybody in this room and everybody who will hopefully never suffer from lupus again, but unfortunately might, so we can get better therapies. The unmet need is incredible in terms of people suffering from lupus. And also, I think one of the things we didn't talk about with the social determinants of health is that it also might depend on where your hometown is or your home state, because there's some places that don't have lots of rheumatologists in the United States or active clinical trials. And even if you wanted to participate, it might be impossible for you to get someplace where you could participate. So I think there are a lot of challenges that we all struggle with that not only affect individuals, but also the whole lupus community.
Thank you. One more question. I appreciate it. Thank you so much. I know that I understand, I've heard many times that lupus and identical twins is more of a rare find, but I'm one of those stories because my twin sister was diagnosed 5 years before me. So out of curiosity, like, I guess when you're doing your drug development, how does that come into research if it's so rare? Because we have the same rheumatologist, and I know his explanation was similar, that it's a rare
There are
find.
several centers that study family members who both have autoimmune diseases, and they're looking for similarities and differences. But there's no clinical trial that has been, that I know of, designed with that object in mind. Problem being, it's just too rare. But wow, what an experience for you. Are we running out of time, or can we? We're good? Okay. Who's next?
Hi, my name is Erin Elsasser. I'm from Seattle. One of the many challenges that people with lupus has are we're on so many medications, and I myself kind of feel like a guinea pig. Like, is this medication going to work? I don't know. Let's try. How much research goes into coming up with tests to determine if a medication may or may not work?
You're singing my song.
Okay. And,
Not enough.
And specifically interferon. Are there tests that will determine whether or not you are impacted by interferon or another?
AstraZeneca has done some work with their drug on that.
Yeah.
You wanted to comment? Yeah.
Yes, I mean, what we know is that about 80% of patients with lupus have a high interferon gene signature, all those colors Dr. Merrill showed. And so, and in our clinical trials for anifrolumab, which is the interferon receptor blocker, that came, there was a difference in those who were high versus low. It worked in both groups. But one of the problems is, as opposed to diabetes trial, which has 10,000 people in it, and some of those, lupus trials, I mean, they're much bigger than they used to be, but you get into the problem of low numbers once you get to a subset of a subset. And so the bottom line is it works in both lupus patients that have a high signature and a low signature. It works incrementally better in those with the high signature.
But don't you think that's a little bit dependent on how we measure the signature?
It is.
We're not there yet.
So there's not one hemoglobin A1C, like diabetes, for this. There are companies that have commercialized this. Right now, our stance is that, it can work in anyone with moderate to severe lupus. And that's what our clinical trials and our subsequent further dissection of those clinical trials.
So what you can tell your congressman is, in cancer, they are decades ahead of us at finding markers for who should get this drug, who should get that drug. And it's worse for us because we're not going to really make a sea change in lupus until we have those markers.
Right.
So let them we're way behind.
Thank you.
Yeah. Biomarkers are.
Hi, my name is Jessica Azarin. I'm from Birmingham, Alabama. I've had lupus a long time. I've had a fever for like 5 years. If anyone's had any luck with that, find me, please. I was wondering, with all of these medications, have there been any patterns in side effects that we should know about, or have there been any detectable negative side effects with any of these medications that
Sure.
you've found?
Absolutely. Every medication has side effects. One of the most common things that we're concerned about is risk for infections, because remember, people are coming in on background immune modulating drugs, and they're getting something added on that does more. You know, we frequently will see more infections in the groups that get the drug than the placebo. But we've really made some improvements on that in recent years. It's quite interesting, and there's now some data that in some trials you get less infections with an effective drug. And that could be because, you know, people are not just a bug in an immune system. They're also, if you're feeling well, if you're walking, if you're getting around, if you're active, you're less prone to infection. So that may be the reason. It's not that clear. Of course, our goal is we don't want to make you more prone to infection. We want to rebalance the immune system so it works great at what it's supposed to be doing. And so maybe with some of these drugs, we're getting there a little bit. But there are other side effects that, you know, we are mandated to keep our eye on. And we now have some markers for risk for infection. And we also think about the patients coming in the trial, and we have certain rules about people who might be too vulnerable that wouldn't really be all that safe for them to participate. How about from the FDA perspective on that?
No, I agree with you, absolutely. You know, it is, most of these, as Dr. Merrill has pointed out, they are immune modulating ones, so there is a chance. And I think most of the approved products do have that in their warning section, that it can lead to infections. But again, clinical trials, as alluded out earlier, are small. They're not very huge clinical trials, so you don't see, event rate is not that high, because if the event rate is high, then FDA looks at the benefit-risk profile of the product before they approve it. So it all boils down to what the benefit and the risk is, and always the benefit has to trump the risk in order to have the drug in the market.
There is a consideration of that, and there certainly is with JAK inhibitors, but whatever the risk is, it's not a high risk. And I can't answer the question because we don't have enough data to really do that. So I'm not going to say no.
Good morning. Hi, my name is Monique Thornton from Atlanta, Georgia, and I've been living with lupus for 29 years now. And my question is, for the most part, my lupus is really under control. When it does flare up, it flares up really badly. I'm in the hospital with recently 7 weeks in the hospital. My lupus didn't act up. However, they didn't know what was going on with me. Cell count dropped to 0.2, and they diagnosed me with MAS, macrophage activation syndrome. Not really sure, but I wanted to know if there's any studies on any correlation between MAS and lupus.
We see it in lupus, not very often. It's showing that your immune system is really angry. Right. So, you know, it's a very severe condition, and I'm glad to see you looking so well. I'm sure that they treated it aggressively, and in that case, you know, we would just go for something strong.
Okay, and then, so like the other young lady, the last 6 tests, blood work, indicated no lupus in my system. So
no lupus in your system? Yeah, I don't know what that means, no lupus in your system.
Like there's no, it says no.
You mean your ANA is negative?
The ANA is negative, but it'll say on the test.
Well, you know, you've received a lot of drugs that will make the ANA go away. Now, does that mean that you're cured and it'll never come back? Usually not.
Right.
Okay? Usually it will come back eventually. And often some aspects of the lupus disease, like arthritis, and sometimes discoid rash, will pop back up again even before the ANA comes back. And we have patients in our clinic who've had lots of treatments. ANA is gone, but they've still got lupus. So I don't want to give you hope about that.
Okay.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Hi, my name is Joy. I'm from DeLand, Florida. I want to know if there's a different treatment for medically induced and drug-induced lupus for those cases that are
Treatment number one
complicated.
is you stop the drug.
Yeah, that's
Then if the lupus doesn't go away, I'm not so sure it was drug-induced lupus. It might have been drug-started up lupus, but that person who had that, who continues to have lupus, probably was going to get lupus sooner or later anyway.
Like complicated cases, I've been told I'm a complicated case because
I had a case of an 85-year-old lady, and you know there aren't that many 85-year-olds in the room with lupus, because usually it's gone by then, right? But I had an 85-year-old lady who took a drug called procainamide, and she got lupus nephritis, and it was the real thing. And we stopped the procainamide, and it all went away. Boom. That's drug-induced lupus. But we have a lot of, I don't know if any of you have experienced this, but a lot of lupus patients, not all, not everybody, but maybe a third of lupus patients who take sulfa drugs will get lupus flares from the sulfa drugs. Those are people with lupus who are getting exacerbated by a drug. That's not drug-induced lupus, because it won't get better if you take, the lupus won't go away when you take the sulfa drug away, although you might get better.
Hi.
Okay.
Oh,
Where are you?
over here. Hi. Over here. Hi. I'm trying to gauge where to put this. Hi. My name is Olga Lucia Torres. I'm an ambassador. I'm here from New York. So I'm an attorney by trade. I work in narrative medicine, and I just spent the whole weekend working with healthcare providers, thinking stories. And I really appreciate you all here. And I want to really tie in, because I liked how you opened this session, thinking about taking all this information back to our representatives tomorrow. So I would love a little takeaway, because I think it's really helpful to think about everything that we learned, and how do we bring that back in a really nice, neat way, right? We're gonna tell our stories, we know our stories, right? But how do we take this information, right? Because it's what you just shared a minute ago, right? In cancer, there are leaps in front of us in terms of research, right? We don't have, thankfully, as many people with lupus, but also our symptoms are so varied, right? I mean, we just heard so many different stories about what our symptoms are, and how we get it, and how it gets better, how it gets worse. So if you could help us with a takeaway as we share our stories, and also as we want to tie in what's happening with the trials, right? That would be really helpful. Thank you so much.
Any of you want to?
So I think, thank you for that great segue. I think what I've heard this morning is that there are a lot of individuals in the room who have specific questions about their lupus. But what's really important, I think, to impress upon these folks tomorrow is that collectively, you all have lupus. It's different in each person, whether your test is negative or positive, whether you have kidney problems or you have MAS, but you're all lupus patients, and you need to make it a very coherent, targeted message to those folks tomorrow. I've done that before. They hear from a lot of people all the time. So I think if you had a couple bullet points that would really impress upon them that everybody in this room represents somebody with lupus, and they have those people in their districts, that will be very impactful to them.
Yeah, I mean, I would also highlight the unmet needs that still exist, talk about the social determinants, the disparity in even the treaters, also the medications that are out there that target some aspects of the disease versus the rest of the aspects of the disease. And the disease needs to be treated as a whole in a very systematic approach, in a matrix type of an approach where every aspects, a function of the medicine should be available to treat the disease.
I think you're going to have a session this afternoon as far as what to expect, and to do that, when I visited the Hill multiple times, it was on behalf of my rheumatology organization, and this is all arthritis and all rheumatic disease patients, and even with that larger number of patients and a lot more physicians that care for them, there were 2 or 3 targeted messages to really focus on. Because like my colleague Dr. Rubin said, you'll see people that are in there now and you're waiting outside the door, and when you come out, there are other people coming from the farm union and whatever, and so they hear a lot, and so really focusing the message and being concise is important.
I can only say that more funding and more research, right? So, how many of you have heard of National Cancer Institute? There is no National Lupus Institute. There's NIAMS, NIAIDs, kind of split apart amongst many parts. But if there were like focused, dedicated research organizations funded by the government, supported by academia, supported by pharmaceuticals, it's more funding, more research, and how to get that focus to the Congress and say, this is what we need.
So if your representative is a Democrat, I would focus on health disparities, how far behind cancer we are, the incredible science, how lupus can teach the world about how the immune system works, and it's going to make sense for a lot of other diseases. If it's a Republican, I would talk about new technology, big business, and lots of money. Thank you.
Nice to meet you.
Nice to meet you.
Oh, no worries.
Hold up one second before I want to thank Dr. Merrill. Thank you for leading that session. Dr. Rubin, Dr. Bryant, Dr. Chang, and Dr. Jane, thank you very much for your insights. We are going to go to a break in just a minute. However, before we do, I want to invite all of the participants in our Youth Congress who are going to be meeting at 11 o'clock up in the stateroom, which is just upstairs. So everyone who's participating in that, both our younger advocates as well as their family members, are welcome to join. See our staff in the back of the room here and here. They're going to wave both hands in the air. So see them, and they will escort you upstairs. So we will go to a break now. We have coffee, water, some light refreshments available out in the lobby. Definitely visit the exhibits too if you have some time. And also restrooms are on the other side of the elevator bank. So we'll be back here at 11 o'clock. Thank you.
Cool. I think I'm missing that. Yeah. I think I'm missing that lady.
I'm going to check on
Hey, everybody. Hey, if everyone out in the exhibit hall, if you could please come back into the ballroom. We want to get started with our second session of the morning. And I'm very excited to have this next session. It builds on some of the conversations that we had yesterday in our Lupus Research Action Network training, focused on participation in clinical trials, and more specifically, diverse participation in trials, and what that means not only for the development of new treatments, to make sure that treatments are more effective for people living with lupus, and also what that means for helping ensure people have access to treatments. So participation in trials is critical for us to get new developments for this disease. I'm pleased to have Dr. Joy Bowie, who's our Director of Research, lead this session. She's going to share a little bit more about what the Foundation's doing, and she's also going to invite several people living with lupus, some great lupus warriors to the stage as well to share their thoughts. So with nothing further ado, Dr. Bowie.
Thank you, Pat. I'd like for the patients in the room to just take a deep breath. I want to thank you for being here. Thank you for fighting through your physical ailments, your emotional distress, your financial challenges while living with lupus, to be here with us today. We can't say enough about how much we appreciate you, because you are true warriors. Every day, day in and day out, you get up and you fight. You take the medications. You deal with relationships that are fractured because of your disease. You keep going, you keep showing up. And for that, I want to say thank you. And to reiterate just how much I personally appreciate all that you do, I've asked a special guest, a fellow patient, to join me on stage to offer a few additional words of encouragement.
Hello, everyone. My name is Stephanie Scoggins, and I'm from Los Angeles, California, the Southern California region, the SoCal region. I'm a 33 lupus-year lupus warrior, advocate, and survivor. Today, I just wanted to just reiterate that we all are here because our lives have been touched by something that's awful, lupus, but look at the great friendships that we've made. And I know there's someone in your life that you may have standing beside you and that you can count on. Count on me through thick and thin, a friendship that will never end. When you are weak, I will be strong, helping you to carry on. Please believe me when I say you can count on, you can count on me. I can see you're hurting now. I can feel your pain. It's hard to see the sunshine through the rain. But I want you to know that I will be right by your side, and you get through this. If you don't give in, tomorrow we're going to Capitol Hill to tell our stories and our plight. We're gonna ask the members of Congress to support our policies and help us in our lupus fight. So count on me through thick and thin. Our lupus fight, we're gonna win. When you feel weak, One day we'll be lupus free. Until that time, I want to let you know we're stronger together, and we're gonna continue this fight. But until that day, you can count on me.
Thank you so much, Stephanie. That's just one example of how powerful we are as people. Yes, we have lupus, but we are people too, full of talents, full of skills, full of stories to share. As a result of that, we've identified members of this group who are powerful, who are highly articulate, highly educated, and who have taken an additional step to help us in this fight. I'd like to ask our Lupus Research Action Network members who trained on yesterday to please stand. Thank you so much for making the sacrifice to come a day earlier to learn about lupus research, clinical trials, and really learn how to be an advocate on Capitol Hill, as well as an advocate in your communities, and educate your peers about lupus research, and clinical trial participation. Thank you. So today, I'm going to be talking about improving awareness and diversity in clinical trials. I am the Director of Research here at the Foundation. I've been at the Foundation for almost 2 years now. Prior to coming to the Foundation, I worked in academia where I did research in lupus, as well as stroke and cardiovascular disease health disparities. I am very grateful for having the opportunity to work at the Foundation. I'm also a 20-year lupus survivor. And so I am very fortunate to not only be a patient, but a scientist as well. And I will tell you as a patient that we are fighting every single day to make sure that everyone sitting in this room has the opportunities necessary to improve your health and improve your outcomes. So today I'm going to explain disparities in the prevalence of systemic lupus erythematosus, or lupus. I'm going to explore the importance of diversity in clinical trials, some of what you've already heard about this morning. And then I'm going to outline ways we can work together to improve diversity in clinical trials. So as you've heard already, and many of you already know, lupus is a complex chronic autoimmune disease with heterogeneous presentation. It can show up in many different ways. It can impact many different organ systems, and it's characterized by periods of flares and remissions. The causes are unclear, and we're working every day to figure out why lupus occurs. But we know, based on research, that there are genetic, environmental, and hormonal factors that are at play. Some common symptoms of lupus, some of you have already mentioned those in our last session, but they include things like fatigue and joint pain, as well as swelling and skin rashes, sun sensitivity, hair loss, kidney problems, anemia, and mouth ulcers. And so when we talk about health disparities in lupus, I know that's thrown around a lot, but what do we really mean? So we know that there are gender differences, but that's not necessarily considered a health disparity. When we talk about health disparities, what we mean is that there is a health difference linked to social, economic, and/or environmental disadvantages. More commonly than not, these health disparities arise in groups who have historically been marginalized in the United States of America. And so we see the results of that in the literature. You've already heard that African Americans are 2 to 3 times more likely to develop lupus compared to non-Hispanic whites. You've also heard that Native Americans and Alaska Native and Hispanic women also have a higher prevalence of lupus. We know that the progression of lupus is faster in African American and Hispanic women. And we also know that Hispanic and African American women have higher mortality rates, with lupus identified as a top 10 cause of death in women who are ages 15 to 44. Based on the literature, we also know that Black women can die up to 20 years earlier than a white woman while living with lupus. And we also know that there are disparities in Hispanic as well as Asian American women living with lupus as well when it comes to mortality rates. And so there are a lot of factors that you've already heard about that play a role in leading to these disparities. Some of them include racism and discrimination when people show up in the healthcare system. We also know about genetics as well as socioeconomic status. And then there's the issue of access to high quality care. And so when we talk about access to care, I'm not going to belabor the point. There are a lot of words on the screen, and I'm not going to read them all. But essentially, the overarching ideas or terms include availability. Are healthcare facilities available in your neighborhoods? Are they accessible in terms of just being able to drive down the street to see your physician? Or do you have to fly to go see a doctor? I heard somebody say that they have to fly 3 hours to see a rheumatologist. To me, that's insane and it's unacceptable. In addition to that, we know there are issues around affordability. We talk a lot about insurance and Medicare and Medicaid. Thinking about accessibility, can you make an appointment when you need one with your rheumatologist or your PCP? Acceptability, is your care culturally and linguistically appropriate? And then quality, which is what I'm going to focus on. Quality is the provision of safe, effective, and patient-centered care that meets or exceeds established standards. Quality of care not only includes how a doctor treats you based on the guidelines, but it's also important to think about medications that are available to treat your specific disease. And so we know that a high quality medication or a therapy needs to be safe, effective, and have high quality based on FDA standards. So right now the FDA is revising a lot of things. I'm sure you heard about that earlier. But when they're thinking about approving a drug, they want to know, how does the drug make a patient feel, function, and survive? And when we're thinking about medications, we want to make sure that they improve how we feel, how we function, and how we survive. Regulatory agencies such as the FDA in the US play a role in making sure that medications are of high quality. And they do that by requiring sponsors and companies to go through a long, arduous process of drug development. This can take up to 15 years or more. And so there are preclinical phases of drug development, such as test tube research, where you're looking at things in a tube or in a tissue culture plate, and then that's transitioned into an animal model. We work a lot in mice models, and there's so many different lupus mice models that have been cured from lupus. Unfortunately, that hasn't translated into human disease yet. But once findings are promising in a mouse model, then that leads to application for an investigational new drug application. Once the FDA approves that, then phase trials are developed. So phase 1 trials are really designed to look at the safety of a medication. Phase 2 trials are designed to really look at the efficacy, and phase 3 effectiveness. So the further along a drug gets in the pipeline, the larger the studies become. And then regulatory assessment ensues once a drug has been shown to be effective. And so even after the development and approval of a drug by the FDA, therapies may not be effective at treating subsets of people with lupus, unfortunately. Just to tell you a little bit about lupus clinical trials, there are roughly 400 sites throughout the US that conduct lupus clinical trials. That doesn't mean that there are 400 different trials that are ongoing right now, but there are 400 that at some point in time have been identified. There are roughly 120 studies that are gearing up to recruit, are recruiting or active currently in the US, and 92 of those are interventional. Now, not all of those are new medications that are being studied, so I don't want you to get that idea. There are a lot of drugs that are in phase 4, or they're looking at different elements of the drug and looking at different patient populations, et cetera. But there have been clinical trials that have led to 3 new drugs that have been approved for lupus. You already know them: Benlysta, Lupkynis, and Saphnelo. But when we think about diversity in trials, and even thinking about the drugs that have been approved, there's been research to show that there are disparities in clinical trial participation. And so this graph here shows randomized clinical trial enrollment and proportion of SLE cases by race. And so we see, when we look at whites, we see that white people with lupus represent 51% of all clinical trial enrollees, but only make up about 33% of the lupus population. In blacks, we see that black people represent about 14% of all randomized clinical trial enrollees, but make up about 43% of the lupus population. And the story goes on and on. So there are stark disparities in who's participating in clinical trials. And this has long-term ramifications in terms of outcomes and who's surviving and who's not. Well-designed clinical trials are inclusive and representative of the population living with the disease. A representative population allows for results that are generalizable to the population. It also promotes equitable outcomes and social justice. Data from representative trials also accounts for variations in social and medical experiences, as well as the environment and responses to medications that could potentially inform real-world clinical utility and guidelines. And so we know, based on research, that the environment makes a huge difference in how a person fares with outcomes. And we're also beginning to understand that medications might behave differently in people who are placed in different environments. And so it's very important to have people participate in trials that not only represent different genetic makeups, but also come from different environments, because that matters when we're talking about the performance and efficacy of a medication. The patient experience has become increasingly more important as payers are looking at trial data to justify whether cost of the drug is worth the benefit to the patient. That's very scary. One example of this is the Institute for Clinical and Economic Review, ICER, on Benlysta and Lupkynis. So let me tell you a little bit about ICER and what they did. So with the Benlysta trials, I'm sure you guys have heard about those. Due to low minority participation, ICER considered recommending against the use of Benlysta for African Americans due to very limited trial data. As a matter of fact, the FDA required that a label go on Benlysta to warn that not enough information had been gathered from African Americans about Benlysta, so they didn't know how it performed in African Americans. And so there had to be another trial called Embrace that was specifically focused on recruiting African Americans for treatment of Benlysta. In addition to that, we know that health plans currently require the use of standard of care therapies prior to approving the use of Lupkynis. And so we know that the more diversity in clinical trials that we have, the less hurdles are going to have to jump through in order to get access to therapies. And if we don't have diversity, if we don't have representative populations in clinical trials, these hurdles, these challenges will continue. So the bottom line, The FDA evaluates trials to understand whether a drug is efficacious in treating a disease. Health plans aren't determining safety and efficacy, but cost effectiveness. Health plans are looking at clinical trial data to make a determination about coverage. And if certain populations are not represented, then health plans have rationale and have motivation not to cover populations, even if you do have a diagnosis of lupus. And so it does matter. These things are real, these things are happening. So let's talk about some of the barriers to diversifying clinical trials. We know that structural and systemic racism exists. Yesterday in our training session with the LRAM participants, we heard so many stories about how people didn't get the help that they needed, which led to loss of jobs, almost loss of life, loss of livelihood, lower quality of life. When African Americans, Hispanics, Native Americans, and Asian populations, and whites too, aren't listened to, that is problematic, and it can lead to so many things and so many issues. And so oftentimes we're asking patients to participate in clinical trials, when in reality, a lot of these patients can't get basic care. And we're asking them to take another step. And so that's a huge issue. Another challenge is that access to care dovetails those with access to trials, or issues around access to care dovetails those with access to trials. And so we know that a lot of times people who are from minority backgrounds or marginalized communities don't live near academic medical centers where a lot of trials are being conducted. And so that limits the ability to participate in a trial. In addition to that, we know there are issues around patient-physician communication, as well as logistical challenges such as transportation, lack of childcare, elder care, pet care, job inflexibility, and again, the location of the trial is too far. In addition to there's a lack of knowledge, and that's why we have the LRAN group, who we've educated about clinical trials so that they can do peer-to-peer education and raise the level of health literacy around trials. We also know that there are misconceptions and personal attitudes, including a lack of understanding, no support from family and friends, and cultural and language barriers as well. Oftentimes, patients have told us that they aren't even asked to participate in a trial. And I find that astonishing, considering we always say, oh, well, you know, it's the Tuskegee trials, and that's why people are negative about not participating. But the literature is showing more and more that people are actually interested in participating, but they're not asked. Sometimes a patient isn't asked because they're too sick to participate. But we heard earlier that there are not trials looking at patients who are refractory to other medications and who aren't responding to meds. So there's going to be some improvement there. In addition to that, we know that patients don't meet the inclusion and exclusion criteria. So sometimes you just don't qualify. And then compensation is too low. So there are a lot of things being done by industry, by academicians to improve clinical trial diversity. These include education about trials that's being delivered by members of clinical and non-clinical workforce. These include nurses and pharmacists, as well as community health workers and patient navigators, as well as peer-to-peer education, which is what we did yesterday. In addition to that, we know that clinical trial design accounts for negative social determinants of health. And so now a lot of trials are being designed so that they can be conducted virtually or in community-based trial design settings. And then also visits are happening on the weekends as well as after hours. We also see that patients are getting more involved with clinical trials from the very beginning. So we talked about Ray yesterday, and you'll hear more about it. Safa is going to come up and tell you about Ray. But one of the things that we're doing with that is getting people involved with clinical trial design from the very beginning. And so the idea is no research without us, right? Patients have to be involved from the very beginning so we can inform companies about what we want, how often we want to take a medication, what route of delivery is appropriate, et cetera. And then lastly, compensating patients adequately for their time and reimbursing for things like travel, childcare, and time off work are also on the horizon. So what is the government doing? Recently, there was a law called the DePIC Act, or Diverse and Equitable Participation in Clinical Trials Act. And this particular act requires companies, it's now a law, it requires companies to create diversity plans and increase overall diversity in clinical trials by requiring enhanced data reporting. So they have to make sure that they have a plan going in to recruit diverse populations, but also they have to report out on who those populations are. Sponsors must report clinical trial enrollment targets by age, race, ethnicity, and sex. Sponsors must provide a rationale for those targets, and then there's provision of resources for underrepresented communities to improve access and participation in clinical trials. The Lupus Foundation of America has been at this for a while now, and we have several initiatives that are focused on increasing diversity in clinical trials. One of which is called the Initiative for Promoting Diversity in Clinical Trials, funded by the Office of Minority Health. So we've had 2 iterations of this particular project. One was faith-based, where we partner with faith-based communities to educate people about clinical trials. And now we are educating nurses about clinical trial education. We're also, as I mentioned before, engaging in educating patients so that they can do peer-to-peer education. And then we're also working with patient navigators to understand whether or not it's feasible to deploy patient navigators into communities to educate people about clinical trial participation. In addition to that, we have our registry called Research Accelerated by You. It's a patient and caregiver registry, and it provides insight on demographics, geographic location, patient preference for medication use, et cetera. For those of you who say, oh, well, I don't have clinical trials available in my community, we collect this information to make sure that our partners understand where you are and what your needs are. So when they're looking for clinical trial sites, they can understand what communities have the greatest need for new medications and new therapies. In addition to that, we participate in patient-focused drug development work with the FDA and with different pharmaceutical companies. We also engage in FDA listening sessions, and we work with Congress, like we're going to do tomorrow, to advocate for additional funding that goes to the Office of Minority Health so that we can investigate these types of issues a bit further. So what can you do? Finding a trial that's right for you. Number 1, ask your doctor. Let them know you're interested in participating in a trial. A lot of times doctors are rushing through their appointments, trying to get to the next person, can't answer all of our questions, and so sometimes we have to self-advocate, right? It's one thing to go on Capitol Hill and advocate and talk about different policies and more funding, et cetera, but it's important to advocate for yourself as well. In addition to that, you can go on clinicaltrials.gov or antidote.me and find trials on there that are in your area. Talk to people who are LRAN members. All of them who are here today have a ribbon on their badge. I don't have my badge on, but it says LRAN, L-R-A-N. You can talk to them about clinical trials. They have information as well. I see you holding yours up. Great. And then sign up for our registry. With our registry, we send out information about clinical trials, so you can stay up to date on what's going on in the lupus community as it relates to research, as it relates to drug development, and figure out if opportunities work for you. Research Accelerated by You, or RAY, is also an opportunity for you to participate in research that is not intervention-based, right? We're not doing any interventions. We're not trying to make you take a drug. We're just wanting to understand what your needs are so that we can improve the overall drug development process. So you found a trial. What do you do now? Number 1, read the informed consent. Reading the informed consent will let you know what all is required in the trial, and it'll help you understand if that particular trial is right for you. I would even say, read it with a trusted source, such as family, friends, support group leaders. I heard, one of our participants yesterday say they have a NANE list. A NANE list is a list that's basically comprised of sites or doctors or whoever that certain patients shouldn't go to because they don't treat people right. And so it's important to get advice, to get help with making those types of decisions. Because it's true, you are taking a risk with your life when you're signing up for clinical trials. Weigh the risk to benefit ratio and understand whether or not it's right for you. I heard someone earlier say they want to help. They've been living with lupus for 50 years. But not everybody feels that way. Thank you for sharing that. And so you have to think about, is the risk worth the benefit? After you make a decision, give informed consent, but know your rights. Know that you can leave the trial at any time. You have the right to do that. You don't have to stay in the whole time. And then constantly communicate with your study team. Let them know how you're feeling, how you're doing, if you have questions, if you're dealing with fears. And then also follow up on study outcomes and results. I heard someone say yesterday, and I told her I would bring this up, but participating in clinical trials is a real thing. And I think that companies need to do a better job of making mental health care available because it is a risk. You are putting your life on the line to help advance science. And so there does need to be additional support, such as mental health supports. And so I would even ask to see if that's available at your institution. Thank you for listening. And now I'm going to invite Safwa up, and she's going to talk a little bit more about Ray. And then we're going to have a panel discussion with people who have participated in trials. I want you to hear from them so they can talk about their experiences, their challenges, what motivated them to participate, and what the overall outcomes have been. So Safwa. And as she's coming, I want to invite the panelists to come up to the stage as well. I don't know how to exit out of this.
How about now? All right, perfect. Okay. Good morning for the next 10 minutes to everybody. My name is Safwa Ajamai. I am the Health Outcomes and Research Manager at the Lupus Foundation. I joined the foundation about 7 months ago, but this is my first summit, and I'm learning so much, and it's been a pleasure and a privilege to be here and meet all of you and speak with all of you. I'm here today to talk to you about the Research Accelerated by You, which is our lupus registry at LFA. And first things first, what is a patient registry? A patient registry, at the most basic, is a place to store detailed information about individuals with a specific disease. In this case, lupus. LFA has built a patient-powered registry, which means that all the information that's captured in the registry is generated by you. And all this information helps us to collect this information that informs us about your journey with lupus, how you may be faring day to day, medications that you're taking, and your whole experience as a whole. So what is the purpose of Ray? The purpose of RAY, in addition to trying to promote and improve clinical trial diversity, is to improve our understanding of lupus itself. And then we use the data that we collect to also advocate for treatments and clinical trials that will help improve health outcomes. In addition, as Dr. Bui mentioned, it's also to engage you in research opportunities that matter to you. So what is RAY? It's our first step to increasing participation in lupus clinical trials. What it is essentially is an online set of questions about your health, your medical history, demographics, and your lupus experience, down to even your income, education level. All of that information is collected through these set of questions. The best part about this is you don't have to go anywhere. You can complete these questions from home. The data that you provide is securely collected and stored and combined with other participant data to help us learn more. In addition to the information that you provide us, we're able to then provide you with up-to-date, tailored research information that is specific to your location and the specific diagnosis that you might have. This helps researchers incorporate the patient perspective every step of the way in clinical trial design, as Dr. Bui mentioned. Who can participate? It's an international registry, so anywhere around the world you can sign up for RAY. Adults 18 years or older are able to sign up. You must have a lupus diagnosis, be willing to provide informed consent, and be able to read and understand the registry in English. Participants that are under the age of 18 can also sign up for the registry, but you must have a parent or legal guardian or a legally authorized representative help you sign up and make sure that informed consent is also signed. How is your privacy protected? This is very important because the amount of information that you'll be sharing with the registry it's not, I don't want to say it's not substantial, but it is important that we let you know how that information is being kept secure. Once you sign up for the registry, your personal information will be associated with a unique registry code that is specific to you. No one else has that code. Only authorized individuals from LFA and approved individuals from IQVIA, who helps us manage the database, will be able to link that registry code with your contact information. No one else that we share your data with will be able to pinpoint it back to you, which is good because legally we are bound to also protect your data. Just some quick stats about RAY so far. Currently we have about 2,003. That number may have changed since Saturday because I've seen some people visiting the tables, which is good. So that number may be a little higher now, but we have about 2,003 people currently enrolled in RAY, and we have about a 74% completion rate in that initial survey that I mentioned for completion. Participants in the United States. As you can see on the map, these are just our United States participants, but in the areas that are colored in a darker purple are where we have a greater concentration of RAY participants. This is pretty much on par with what we're seeing because California, Texas, Florida, and New York tend to be the sites of clinical trials or the most popular sites for clinical trials. It's our goal with RAY to go ahead and get more people registered in all of these other places so that we can go ahead and inform pharmaceutical companies who are doing these clinical trials to push their trials out to those sites that aren't being represented on this map. And as Dr. Bui spoke to race and ethnicity, currently in RAY we have about 71% white participation, and then as you can see, a little of a quarter is minorities. Again, it's our goal to go ahead and increase these numbers here of minority participation because it goes a very long way to improving health outcomes overall for the community. So how do you sign up for RAY? You can visit the Lupus Foundation website and you using that link, or you scroll all the way to the bottom and you'll see a box that says Join Ray. When you click on the box, it'll send you to a page which you can register, create a username and a login. And once you do, you'll sign a consent form, and that consent form is about a 2-page PDF that provides you with in-depth detail about what the registry is, all the data that it actually collects, step by step how your information is kept secure, if you decide you no longer want to participate, how to go ahead and pull out, and information as well about who your information will be shared with. Once you consent, you'll then be taken to the survey where you can fill it out. It doesn't have to be done in one setting, but you can begin to fill out your survey questions, and step by step, it'll take you through the registration, more about you, your diagnosis, your symptoms, treatments, and the impact of lupus. The best part about this is after you sign this up, you now have this portal in which we can provide you with clinical trial information based on your location, based on your diagnosis, and you're not obligated to sign up for any of these clinical trials, but at least you'll be getting this up-to-date, tailored information directly sent to you. So if you visit us at the Ray table out in the lobby, you'll see these flyers. They have QR codes here. If you scan this QR code, you can go ahead and sign up for the registry and even complete the survey. We also have computers out there for you to go ahead and sign up as well. If you have any questions, I'll be out there, Dr. B will be out there, Jaron will be out there. We'll all be more than willing to talk to you, answer any questions you may have. Thank you.
Thank you, Safwa. Can everyone hear me? Yes. Okay. So, welcome, panelists. Thank you for joining me today on stage. I appreciate each of you. I want to give you the opportunity to introduce yourselves to the audience. So, if each of you could tell me your name, where you're from, and how long you've been living with lupus, I greatly appreciate it.
Hi, my name is LaTanya Petz-Lipran. I'm from Kansas City, Missouri. I have been diagnosed for over 30 years.
Hi, I'm Shira Kaplan Walker. I am from New York, and I've been living with lupus for 9 years.
Hi, my name is Judith Mills, and I'm from New Jersey, Montclair to be exact. I've been living with lupus for 27 years.
Hi, my name is Nicolette Santiago. I'm from Philly, and I've been living with lupus since 2013, but was diagnosed in 2014.
Thank you. So I've asked all of these women to join me on stage today because all of them have participated in clinical research or a clinical trial. And today they're going to share their experiences with you. So my first question to the group is, how did you first learn about your clinical trial or research study that you participated in? And I'll start to my right.
I'm blessed to have some great doctors. So my rheumatologist and pulmonary doctor worked together, and they presented me with 4, I think, and then we came down to 1.
Okay, awesome.
So, in the same boat, my doctor recommended that I participate in this trial, which was not even at her site, so that was
great.
I actually saw some things going on in the University of Minnesota, so I signed up.
Okay. I'm pretty sure Cindy, our wonderful CEO, and or Adrian, the program and communication coordinator, sent it over to me. So we're a pretty good relationship with them and or other lupus warriors online.
Okay. So what motivated you guys to participate in the study that you were involved in? What motivated you?
I had got to the point that they couldn't find the typical drugs to work for me. So they were like, hey, it's time to venture out if you want. And I first said no, because I was, as someone said earlier, guinea pig. I got tired of being a guinea pig. But after doing my research and realizing that where I was not helping me, it just opened my eyes and said, what could happen? I can get better, or I could stay where I am. So I wanted to try to get better.
For me, several things. One is I just remember the despair that I had before I was diagnosed with lupus, and not thinking there was anything out there for me, and the hope that trials gave to me, and the hope that's out there that there might be something better for me out there and for the future.
Awesome. Judith?
For me, it's more because of my background. It's, you know, we need clinical trials. Without clinical trials, there won't be better drugs, new treatments. So that was my reason for doing it.
I agree with Judith, and also I'm just a big proponent. If we're gonna live with this disease, we should get compensated for it as well. So I'm always encouraging people to get paid.
Great answer.
So I heard all of you say that, you know, you were kind of at your wit's end, and you considered, you know, what's the worst that can happen. And then also the fact that you identified that there needs to be participation in research in order for things to improve. And then also, of course, compensation. It's always nice. Great. So in terms of the informed consent process, tell me a little bit about what your experience was with going through that, reading about the information. Did you have someone help you get through it? Did you read through it with a family, a member, a friend, a doctor? Or how did you approach the informed consent process?
A doctor. My doctor said almost an hour and a half going over several different ones because I'm what they call a unicorn.
Mm-hmm.
I'm pretty much allergic to a lot of the medicine that normally people take. So we had to sit down and kind of scratch off. Yeah, pulmonary said yes here, rheumatology said no there. So it was just that understanding, hey, Tanya, this might happen or it might not. How do you feel? Some of it, I feel okay, I'm okay with it. One of my doctors said they're not. I am blessed to have that partnership and advocacy with my doctor. And my family first said no. My husband wasn't for it. But after not telling him that I actually was going to go through it, I just went through with it. And then later, I showed him the results.
So you said you had a partnership with your physicians. And I think that's so important, partnership. And it's unfortunate that a lot of people don't have that, don't have the right patient-physician relationship. And that's something that we're definitely working through and working on. A lot of that came out yesterday. And I remember hearing one of the doctors who was speaking say, find a different doctor.
Yes.
Because if you can't talk to your physician and get the support that you need, then it's important to explore opportunities. It's just like a marriage, honestly. I'm not telling you to, divorce your spouse, but, you have to work through that. But with a physician, you do have options. You're not in covenant. You hadn't signed anything saying that you'll stay with them for the rest of your life.
But you just said that, tell your doctor what you don't understand. Because a lot of doctors don't understand that you don't understand. If that
Absolutely.
Makes sense.
Absolutely.
I think they don't know.
Right. Communication is definitely so important. How was your experience?
So with my experience, I really trusted my doctor, and I have an amazing relationship with her. And what's interesting, I've learned so much after the trial of what I would have asked. So with all of the training, with LRAN and other things that I've done, I've learned so much more, even after the experience I had in the trial, that I didn't realize before. I said, I'm signing up for it. I went through it quickly. Now I know I would have looked at it more carefully. I would have, spoken with others even more about it. So that's what I would take away. Really review the informed consent. There's so much safety, in there, and it really tells you a lot about what you're going into. I think also, for me, a lot, once you're in the trial, you're kind of more aware of how trials work and how things are going. Then I would continue to ask the questions that are in the informed consent, because now you really have a little better idea of what's going on.
Absolutely, absolutely. So staying informed, asking questions, and really, I heard you say, not in so many words, but be a self-advocate and make sure that you stay on top of things.
For me, again, it's very important to stay on top of your diagnosis. And I'm one of those patients that like to go rogue. I would, find out what's going on, and I just, bring my doctors to the table, and I said, this is what I want to do. And I've had a great team of doctors over the years that, sometimes they call it the Judith Mills special, what you want to do now. But, they're very supportive in my decisions.
Awesome. Nicolette?
I definitely read through the consent myself, and any questions I had, the clinical trial folks that were running it, they were good about answering questions, because I was more concerned, like, what's the follow-up process and stuff like that. So I was thankful for that.
Awesome. So you ask questions.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, awesome. So takeaway, ask questions, be your own advocate. All right. Moving on, and I know this is a huge issue and challenge in everyone's mind around safety. Am I going to be safe? Will I die taking this medication or getting off other meds that I've been on for so long to take a new drug? What were some of your safety concerns as well as privacy concerns entering into the clinical trial or clinical research study?
Personal opinion, we're like, as being a lupus patient, we're always at that skills. You have to decide yay or nay. Was I scared? Yeah, but I was at a point that I really thought I was about to die. So it was like, what's the harm of, is it going to harm me? Probably so, because most of our medicine that we do take will harm us. It was just to the point I wanted to feel better, and my doctors made me feel like they wanted me to feel better.
Yeah, sure. The question was, did you have concerns about your safety or privacy when joining the study or prior to joining the study?
I think, I just remember my father had been in a clinical trial many years prior, and I just remember going over his informed consent with him, and that one of the options was, he could possibly die. And that, then, really, so it makes you concerned and want to ask more questions. But what I've learned is there are a lot of safety measures in place, and that's why trials also take so long, is all the safety measures that are in place, and for it to be able to go through the pipeline and eventually for us to be able to use the drugs. But so and it's important that with the safety, I felt safe. I felt that my doctor was looking out for me, and that throughout the process, they also informed me of the safety measures and so forth.
Awesome. And she's absolutely right. With clinical trials, there's a lot of monitoring. Not only monitoring by the people who are conducting the trial, but there's also an outside group called a Data Safety Monitoring Board who looks at safety data along the way. And so there's so many different layers of regulation that's being done while a trial is being run. And so while it's not foolproof, there is a lot of monitoring that occurs.
For me, safety was important. I just wanted to make it out alive. And also the fact that I had the opportunity to back out anytime I felt like this wasn't going the right way.
Absolutely.
I wasn't really concerned about safety or privacy. Again, they answered my questions. I know they have to look at your medical history to see what other medications you're taking, what you've been on, what's worked in the past, and obviously to confirm your diagnosis too. So I wasn't concerned.
Okay.
That's standard.
Something else that I talked about earlier was really issues around cultural and linguistic appropriateness. And oftentimes we do hear that people from diverse backgrounds don't want to participate in the trial because of the history of racism and the history of clinical trials in this country, and what was done in the past to people from marginalized communities. So did any of you have concerns related to culture or racism or anything like that, that in the back of your mind that you would be treated unfairly because of the history that has occurred in this country?
I would say before I got the doctors I have now, yes. But I didn't. More of, like I said, my family. My family, one of my brothers was like, oh, you're going to grow another head. My aunt, all they want to do is make us a guinea pig. I heard it all. But like I said, I decided to do this on my own, and I had to be okay with that on my own. I am that person, you can give me your opinion, but my last thing is me. And if I felt okay, at the end of being black, being a woman, you're gonna have that. You just have to decide on your own if this works for you, and do your research. I did talk to a lot of people before I went online about what I was thinking about doing. There's more people out here that don't mind doing it if they're asked. I do feel that. Because I did it, I've known about trials, I just didn't do it. But when it was brought to me, it made me look at it differently.
Okay. Any others?
For me, I was never concerned. I have a Ghanaian background, so, having that background, also growing up here in America, I was just optimistic, because we need to find new ways. It took how many years for us to find a new drug for just to treat lupus? For been listed about how many decades? So without constant research, without the clinical trials, we won't be able to get to where we need better treatments and eventually a cure.
Okay. So in thinking about your overall experience in the trial, did you have a good experience, a bad experience? Would you do it again? I'll start with Judith.
Yes, it was a good experience. It wasn't much transportation involved. They had the blood work. I just took it to my doctors, and they did it. We sent it back to them. It wasn't much of a process, so I would definitely do it again.
Okay.
I would definitely do it again. I would now know, and it's good to get educated about it, of what to ask. They did provide transportation and very accommodating about that, about when I wanted to come in. They really worked around me, and that was very helpful, and really, it was all about me and being able to participate in a way that I was comfortable. And there was compensation at the end, which I didn't even know about when I actually signed up for the trial. At the end, I was like, oh, okay.
Will I do it again? Yes, actually, I'm for one, because now lupus is really attacking my heart and lungs. So there's one that came up that we're looking into. Again, I don't do anything unless my doctor's on board. I have one doctor saying no. So we just got to figure that out. But yeah, would I do it again? Would I encourage people to do it? Yeah, but you got to be safe. You have to understand your ability and your knowledge of it. And or when you lay down at night, are you going to be okay with it?
Yeah, that's a good point. You have to be at peace with the decision. So it sounds like all of you had good experiences. And as we wrap, because I see Pat standing over there trying to shut it down, is there anything you'd like to leave with your peers in the room as it relates to clinical trial participation?
I would say, with all the drugs that some of us have been on, I've been on so many cocktails over the years, and I just want you guys to be open to participating in clinical trials, because for me, I want us to get to a point where, like asthma, you have an asthma attack, you take a pump, and then you're all better. For us, it's a little different. And that's because we're 8 years behind, and we need to push forward. And the only way we can push forward is, participating in clinical trials?
Yeah, I would definitely encourage people to do clinical trials. You have to keep in mind, you're not the only one that's done a clinical trial. There's other people who've done it, so ask around, say what your concerns are, talk to your doctor team, and remember, you participating in a clinical trial can make a difference for somebody else. And keep that in mind.
I think for me, just in the same way with the advocacy, and we're all here in DC for it, in terms of advocacy, in terms of participating in clinical trials, if not me, then who? If not us, then who? You know, we're all here to have better outcomes for ourselves and be able to live with this disease.
Ditto everything they said.
Well, I want to thank all of you for joining me up here today. Your experiences, your stories are powerful. Continue to tell them, continue to share them, and let's work together to change the trajectory of lupus. Thank you.
Thank you, guys, and thank you, Dr. Bowie. That was an amazing session. Hope you got a lot out of it. I know I did. More to come, but now we're going to take a break for lunch. Lunch is served out in the foyer here. It is buffet lunch, as was breakfast. Please do wear masks. When you go through the buffet line, we do have a mask available out there, as well as in your summit bags. And then we'll reconvene here about 1 o'clock or so. We'll have chimes to go off to warn you when we're going to begin the next session. But bring your food back in here and enjoy lunch. Good afternoon, everyone. How was lunch? Thumbs up? Good? Excellent. So we're going to get started in the afternoon portion of the program, and a lot of this morning we heard a lot about research and clinical trials. This afternoon we're going to talk about advocacy, access, programs, and services. So a little bit of a switch in themes. And we're going to kick off right now with a session about what we're doing at the state level in state advocacy. And we are doing some really good things, and there's some great opportunities for people living with lupus to advocate at the state level throughout the year. So I'm going to introduce Travis Smith and Amina Habib on our team to share more about what we're doing. Before I do that, I want to really give a shout out to both of them for all of their work helping to put this conference together. And with that, Travis Smith, dapper as always.
Mic up. I'm out of frame. All right, hello. Hello, everyone. Welcome to the 2023 Summit. Really excited to be up here and speak to you all. I know certainly got a chance to talk to a lot of you at the reception last night and at check-in, but really appreciate you all being here despite how many emails I've sent you and probably annoyed you a bunch of times. It's awesome you're here. Really excited to go after lunch. Everyone's probably a little sleepy, not gonna notice every mistake that I make, but have some really cool things to talk about here. Like Pat said, we're talking about state advocacy, and you're gonna hear from Amina for most of this because she's really been spearheading this entire effort, and to be honest, completely got it off the ground for us when she came in, was when we were able to really expand this program and to start doing more at the state level, which, as Pat said, is really important and increasingly getting more important every single day. So I'll go back a little bit and start with the title, which is One Lupus Voice in 50 State Governments. And I think it's pretty obvious, you've probably heard me say this before if you've been on any of our webinars, but there are 50 state governments, 51 if you include DC, obviously Puerto Rico as well. It's even more than 50, but whereas there is one single federal government that we're meeting with tomorrow, there are 50 state governments, and that makes it a little bit more challenging. It creates some issues in terms of their structure, in terms of what they're doing, and there can be 50 things moving at one time, whereas the federal government, there's 2 chambers, 1 House, 1 Senate. It's a bit easier to track. Obviously, it's still very busy and a lot going on, but there are 50 state governments. They operate differently. They operate independently of themselves because they are completely focused on their state, and that does come with challenges on our side. And a big part of building this program is figuring out and building systems that are going to allow us to accurately and effectively navigate those different governments. So what is the future of LFA state advocacy? LFA has been doing state advocacy for as long as there has been an LFA. I think that's the most important point here. This is not something that we just started doing. This is something that we have started to put much more of a focus on because of the importance it has taken in recent years. The future of LFA state advocacy is getting to a position where we can be a lot more proactive about our state advocacy. Previously, because of the bandwidth that it takes to effectively do state advocacy, because of those 50 governments, we had to be a lot more reactive, and we had to take in a lot of the information that we take in currently when we listen to our health educators who are talking to a lot of you and talking to other people living with lupus, hearing about the issues that are affecting them, and then kind of taking that down the policy level and figuring out, why is this happening? Is there something that needs to be tweaked? Did they repeal something? Did they pass something? And kind of going from there on a more reactive way. What we're trying to do and what we've been doing over the past really 2 years since Amina came on board is getting to a place where we can be more proactive, where we can take that same information and we can go in and we can prevent the next problem. Instead of fighting up problems as they come in, we're identifying them earlier on before they even happen, hopefully, and getting to a place where we can prevent them from happening. So that's the goal here, and that's the future of LFA state advocacy and what we're working towards every single day. I mentioned state government getting more important as we are really, fortunately, getting more therapies that are coming to market. There are a lot of policies being made at the state level that are impacting people's ability to access those therapies. So I think someone mentioned this earlier, that it's great to have therapies, but they're only as effective as their availability, right? If there's 20 therapies out there, but people aren't able to get them, they're too expensive, there's barriers to access, utilization management, that's a problem. So we are working to make sure that the newer therapies that are being approved are going to be accessible in the states. Ultimately, the goal of the program is to train you all to be able to effectively advocate at the state level. You guys are incredible at the federal level, and when we do put out state advocacy alerts, just as incredible there. But we want to get to a place where we are, again, able to be more proactive. We have you all who are trained on these issues so that when there's something comes up in a certain state, we can go to our database, we can go to that network and find people who are passionate about this, who are proficient in advocacy, and get them involved in the process. Because that, as we'll talk about in the prep session today, even though it's more focused on federal, that's really the best way, to make the impact that we want to make, is to have the people that are actually affected by the policies speaking to the people that are in power. We have been working really hard, Amina especially, to establish really strong infrastructure that will kind of get us to this place where we have informed and active advocates, and we're able to push out as much state advocacy action alerts as need to be out there, right? So we started in our regions, our regional network. This is going to be a test for me. Northeast, Florida, or Southeast, Florida chapter became Southeast, Pacific Northwest, and Southern California. Those were kind of, I don't want to say pilot programs, but that was where we began this process and started to build some of this infrastructure and kind of see what was working, what wasn't working, and get us to a place where we could launch it on a bigger scale, which is just about where we are at now. So I do want to shout out a couple of people in the room who are our advocacy co-chairs in those regions. So in the Northeast, we have Olga Lucia Torres, Pacific, yeah, please. Pacific Northwest, we have co-chairs. We have Aaron Elsasser and Sanjay Mishra. We're here, right there. And then Southern California, Shannon Lee, who I keep seeing. And then lastly, I have Florida here, but that should be Southeast region. Again, hopefully you're sleepy and missed that, although I pointed it out. In our Southeast region, we have Jeanette Austin Watkins and Gina Schell, who are both here with us as well. Awesome. So these people, again, they have been immensely helpful in these efforts and in getting the people that are in their states even more engaged and kind of sharing the opportunities that we're discussing with them, with those networks, so that we can grow that database and grow that network even more, even bigger than it already is. So what does some of that infrastructure look like? Kind of the top level, if you kind of funnel this down, is the advocate database that we operate. It's got more than 40,000 online advocates signed up. Obviously, a lot of you are, probably all of you are signed up. A lot of the people tuning in online are signed up. But that's kind of the top level. That's our biggest list by far, and we're able to filter that in a lot of really cool ways. We can, if we need to reach out to a specific member in, Florida, we can filter that database. We can find all the people that we have that are represented by that member so that they can reach out. So we can be really, really targeted with this. But obviously, it's only as good as the amount of people that we get in there. So that's why we're really often pushing people to sign up as advocates, because it allows us to really filter that data and to have people in the areas where we need them. We have a lot of advocacy toolkits. I'll go quick over that because Amina's going to talk about that in a lot more detail. But just, again, proactive information that we can provide that will allow advocates to take action in various ways that she'll talk about more. We've been joining a lot of state coalitions. Coalitions are really big in our worlds because there are a lot of organizations like ours that are dealing with, not lupus, but other conditions. We have one right next door. I think there's a childhood cancer group. Organizations like the Arthritis Foundation, Leukemia and Lymphoma, that are, in a lot of cases, working on the same things that we are working on. So, just like we're doing things maybe more on our own, things that are only affecting people with lupus, I guess, unfortunately, with the healthcare system being what it is in this country, a lot of the things are affecting people with a lot of conditions, right? So I think the DC community, the people that do what Pat, Amina, and I do, are really great at partnering together and to coming together to grow our impact. Obviously, we can do a lot more as 40 organizations than any one organization can do on their own. So we've always been doing that in the federal. We're increasingly joining those coalitions in the states. So in California, for example, we might get on a coalition that's focused on access to care, and they're only dealing with their own government. So it allows us to be a lot more targeted. It's a lot of those same groups. Arthritis Foundation might have a California chapter, for example. So it's a lot of the same names that you'll see, but these are people that are only working in that state. So you can imagine how much more focused and targeted we can be in that way. Chairs and committees, I mentioned our advocacy chairs and co-chairs that are in the room. Also advocacy committees, which are kind of the next level down from there. We're working with our chairs to identify people in these states and in these regions who have a particular demonstrated interest in advocacy and want to be involved in that committee, want to get involved in kind of that top line planning and strategy and kind of working with us to then get to the rest of the state, the rest of the people with lupus or the constituent base that exists in that state. And then what are some of these activities? I've already, I think, spoken to some of them. Meeting with state and local elected officials, just like you all are going to Capitol Hill tomorrow to meet with your federal members of Congress. We can do similar things at the state level. It's going to take a while till we can do a summit that is specifically focused on in New York, for example, or in California, but ultimately, hopefully, a place we can get to. But we can always meet with these members of Congress, right? They are working full-time to represent you, and if there's an issue in that state that is affecting you and affecting people with lupus, we want to make sure we're having those meetings and telling the lupus story just as we're going to do tomorrow. Other things, managing and promoting August district meetings, which are at the federal level, but pretty similar to what I just talked about. The summit is just one day on the calendar. Obviously, there's a ton of meetings tomorrow, but we can set up these meetings anytime. And that's, I think, a big point. If there's something going on that you want to discuss with your member, they do work for you. And we do a big campaign around that, in particularly in August, because all these members return home. They're not working here in DC. They return home. Originally, it was so they could, get in touch with their constituents, find out what was affecting them in the days before, travel was as simple as it is now, so that they could stay in touch with their constituents and those they represent. Promoting the Advocacy Summit, I know a lot of people in here did that without us even having to tell you, just, talking to the people in your support groups, talking to the people that you're aligned with about the summit, about why you're coming, about why you think they should come. And then establishing an advocacy presence at local events. So I know a ton of people in here are really aligned with their local walk, and there are things we can do to have an advocacy presence at those walks. You might have seen them in the past. If we had an advocate table at the New York walk, for example, where we were signing people up as advocates, or if there was an ongoing action that we could have people take right there, those are the kind of things we want to be doing more often. And then, of course, identifying and recruiting new advocates in the region, which can be as simple as a conversation that, obviously we're both talking about lupus. Are you signed up as an advocate? Are you getting these alerts from the national office, from the chapter, from the region? Those things can go a really long way, even though it might seem like kind of a smaller action. And then real quick, before I hand it off to Amina to show some of the incredible things that she's built, just want to talk quickly about kind of a policy success that we've had, or hopefully an upcoming success in terms of Medicaid expansion around COVID-19, around the public health emergency. The federal government worked with the states to expand eligibility for Medicaid as much as possible to get more people on the rolls so that more people could access care. Unfortunately, with the end of the public health emergency, what's happening is called unwinding, where they're kind of reverting back to the policies they had in place, the eligibility criteria they had in place prior to COVID-19, which is obviously a lot more restrictive. So we're in a situation where people in these states are actually getting pushed off of Medicaid because we're going back to a place where you were eligible, now we're going back to the older criteria, and a lot of people are going to be losing that insurance, which has been a huge focus in this community in DC. We've had countless meetings on this, and unfortunately, a lot of the information coming from the federal government hasn't always been clear, and then it's being dispersed to 50 different governments that need to figure out what to do with it in the states. So there's a lot that's been going on around this, but obviously our goal is to preserve proper access to Medicaid, make sure people have the care that they need for as often and as long as they need it. We signed on to a lot of letters in support of this. Like I said, having those meetings, working with organizations like the National Health Council to develop materials and develop resources that we can share with our constituents when people reach out, and that can be shared with constituents affected by this with other conditions. A couple of them, Kansas, Oklahoma, my home state, Rhode Island, signed on to letters that all take different forms. There's no form letter that we're sending to different states. It's dealing with their exact criteria, their exact unwinding process, and pointing out, what we think might be a flaw, what we think might create problems for these people, and how we think they could do it better. Again, a really good example of why we need to grow our advocate base and why we need to build this program is because from these letters, we might get to a position where there needs to be a legislative fix, where the legislature in that state needs to step in and pass something or repeal something to make sure these problems aren't happening. So I think it really speaks well to exactly what we're trying to do here, which is continue to grow this infrastructure, to continue to sign people up as advocates and get them trained and engaged so that when those things happen, we're ready to go. We're ready to launch and really go hard at the legislatures and make sure they're doing what we think they need to do to protect our constituents. And with that, I'm going to hand it off to my incredible colleague, Amina Habib. So please welcome her to the stage. She's going to talk a little more about some of the exact or some of the specific materials that we've created, some of the web pages that we've created that are going to be really helpful in a lot of these efforts. So Amina.
Hello, everyone. Okay, there we go. A little bit short here. So my name is Amina Habib, if Travis has said. This is my first in-person summit, and I just wanted to say that it's been so incredible meeting so many of you advocates. You guys are such a passionate and hardworking group of people, and it's just very inspiring to work here. So thank you. Give yourselves a round of applause. All right, so I'm very excited to share with you all our newest installment to our state advocacy program. It is the State Advocacy Campaign. So the point of this campaign is essentially to just create a wide range of resources for you to be helpful, just to keep you more involved. And yeah, so the first thing is our advocacy toolkits. So we created a wide variety of them. The first one is obtaining Lupus Awareness Month proclamations. It's just a guide that kind of walks you through step-by-step how to obtain the proclamation. It includes an email template for you. Just super helpful, so as long as you have this guide, you're able to obtain proclamations. We also have a Share Your Story guide and Volunteering at Walks guide. Specifically with the Volunteering at Walks guide, it really helps you establish an advocacy presence at Walks. So the next thing that's really exciting for me personally is policy spotlights. So we've created something called policy spotlights, which are basically web pages on specific policy topics such as step therapy and copay accumulators. And they really break down the policy issue in a way that's really easy to understand. And we also even put an example in the article so you can see if this is something you've experienced yourself. They're basically just a resource for you to better understand what you're advocating for, but also to see what kind of issues we're working on in our office. Okay, so this is just an example. This is on our website, and it's just about step therapy, and we also have one for copay accumulators as well. So, Lupus Awareness Month. With the help of our regional directors, our advocacy co-chairs, and our advocacy committee, we were actually able to open our proclamation campaign to all the advocates in our regions, which is super exciting. Currently, we're in the process of obtaining over 40 proclamations, which is just amazing. So right now, we have a few proclamations that we've already obtained. We have a mayoral proclamation in Orlando, Florida. We have another mayoral proclamation in Stuart, Florida, and a mayoral proclamation in Freeport, Florida. So go Florida. The most important thing to remember here is that we're in the process of finalizing an infrastructure for a full-scale proclamation campaign for 2024, so everyone can participate. I also have a little picture here of our advocacy committee member, Amanda Quinones, and Mayor Buddy Dyer. This is from their proclamation ceremony, so very cool. All right, so what's next? Moving forward, we're gonna be growing our advocacy presence in our chapters. So similar to the structure in our regions, we're gonna establish advocacy chairs and committees. So very exciting moving into the chapters. We're also going to be posting more resources on our website, similar to the policy spotlights, and other information on the things that we're working on. We're also going to be providing more opportunities for our advocates to be more involved in state advocacy. So, similar to what Travis mentioned about Medicaid retroactive eligibility, we're going to have state issues that come up, and we're going to ask you to help us with that. The biggest thing I want you all to remember is that your elected officials are here to serve you, and it's your job as an advocate to keep them informed and accountable. So to get involved, you want to sign up to be an advocate at lupus.org/advocate. I'm going to call Travis back up here to wrap it up real quick. But yeah, thank you so much, and it's just been an honor to meet all of you.
All right, cool. So before we move into our next session, the afternoon, but prior to the preparing for the Hill, we have a couple quick sessions. We're going to run through a bunch of stuff. Mary's going to come back to the stage and talk about some really cool new programs and existing programs that we have for you. We do sadly have to say goodbye now to our virtual audience who's been tuning in from all over the country today. This is the last session on the streaming schedule, unfortunately, as we move into more of the prep for those in-person meetings tomorrow. However, if you are tuned in online, first of all, thank you so much for being with us today. This is not the end of your summit experience. It's really just the beginning. The really important part is tomorrow with our annual Virtual Advocacy Day. And this is where you will have the opportunity to contact your members of Congress about the very important, very critical issues that we are taking to the Hill with this group here in DC. So while they're on the Hill meeting with their members of Congress, you'll be sending them emails telling your lupus story and telling them why the policy asks that we have for tomorrow are so important to you and so important to the entire lupus community. So for those of you online, you should have, or most of you would have gotten an email this morning that kind of teased Virtual Advocacy Day, gave you some more information about how to be involved tomorrow. If you got that email today, you're going to get another email tomorrow that will have the exact link that you need to participate. It'll take you to a page on our website where we'll have some pre-written customizable emails that you can just put in your address. It'll tell you exactly who represents you. You can add to the emails if you want. You can send them as is, and they'll go right to your members of Congress within 60 seconds, 2 minutes at most. So if you got today's email, you'll get that same email. If you did not receive today's email, we encourage you, as Amina said at the end there, to go to lupus.org/advocate, sign up as an advocate, and you will get tomorrow's email that will give you that exact link. And at any time, you can just check out any of our social media pages where we will have all of these links posted, and also be kind of following along with a lot of the people here in DC that are meeting on the Hill. So I'd encourage you to do that regardless, but certainly to make sure you have what you need for Virtual Advocacy Day. And then the last thing is just make sure that you are sharing that as much as you can. Not only do we encourage you to take action, but also to share it with your friends, with your family members, and just make sure that anyone who has an interest, anyone who supports you in your fight against lupus is taking action as well. Because truly, the more people that are taking action, the more people on the Hill are hearing from us, the better chance we have at the success that we know we need to have, and the better chance we have at getting these policy issues across the finish line. So for the online audience, thank you again. We are so honored that you joined us today. So happy to have you on our side in the fight against lupus. And we encourage you to participate in Virtual Advocacy Day tomorrow. And with that, for the people in DC, I'm going to call Mary Crimmings back up to the stage to take us through our next session.
Hi again. How's everyone doing? We're halfway through the day. You guys are doing great. This next session, I do have a few slides. Oh, do I have to advance it? Hold on. Hold on. I'm going to spend a little bit of time really briefly reviewing a few